Power BI is a leading business intelligence tool for performing data analysis, creating data visualizations, and generating reports. According to the Gartner 2021 Magic Quadrant report for analytics and business intelligence platforms, Microsoft Power BI is a leader. Hi everyone, welcome to this live session on Power BI full course tutorial by Simplilearn. Before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the Simplilearn channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. So in this video, we will learn what Power BI is and explore the crucial features. You will understand the different components of Power BI and how to connect data sources to Power BI desktop. You will learn to manipulate the data and create different charts and graphs. You will understand how to use DAX functions to derive value out of your data. You will look at the difference between Power BI and Tableau. You will learn about data modeling and create different reports on Power BI desktop. Finally, in this tutorial, you will understand how to create a really interesting and powerful dashboard and publish it onto the Power BI service. So let's begin.
Business intelligence is a set of processes and techniques to analyze raw data and extract information that helps drive business decisions. It helps you keep track of business data and draw valuable insights. There are several tools that play a key role in business intelligence. Some of the popular tools are Power BI, Tableau, and ClickView. In this video, you will learn why Power BI is needed, what is Power BI, the various features of Power BI, and the different components of Power BI. Later, you will look at the architecture of Power BI, what Power BI service is, and how to create a Power BI dashboard. Finally, you will understand a case study on Meyer and do a demo using Power BI. Now let's understand why Power BI is needed. First, Power BI has the ability to access vast volumes of data from multiple sources. It allows you to view, analyze, and visualize huge quantities of data that cannot be opened in Excel. Some of the important data sources available in Power BI are Excel, CSV, XML, JSON, PDF, etc. Second, Power BI provides an easy-to-use drag and drop tool with features and functionalities that allow you to copy all formatting across similar visualizations. Power BI has exceptional integration with Excel. It helps you gather, analyze, publish, and share Excel business data. Power BI helps to accelerate big data preparation with Azure. Using Power BI with Azure allows you to analyze and share vast volumes of data. Azure Data Lake can reduce the time it takes to get insights and increase collaboration between business analysts, data engineers, and data scientists. Power BI allows you to get insights from data and turn insights into actions to take data-driven business decisions. Finally, Power BI allows you to perform real-time stream analytics. It fetches data from multiple sensors and social media sources to get access to real-time analytics, so you are always ready to make business decisions. Now let's see what Power BI is. Power BI is a business analytics service provided by Microsoft that lets you visualize your data and share insights. It converts data from different sources to build interactive dashboards and BI reports. As you can see, we have an Excel data about sales. Using this data, Power BI helps you build different charts and graphs to visualize the data. Now that we have understood what Power BI is, let us look at the important features of Power BI. First is Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a free software that you can download, and it allows you to build reports by accessing data easily. For using Power BI Desktop, you do not need advanced report designing or query skills to build a report. Second, as already discussed, Power BI supports stream analytics. From factory sensors to social media sources, Power BI assists in real-time analytics to make timely decisions. Third, support for multiple data sources is one of the major features of Power BI. You can access various sources of data such as Excel, CSV, SQL Server, web files, etc. to create interactive visualizations. And finally, custom visualization. Custom visualization is another vital feature of Power BI. While dealing with complex data, Power BI's default standard might not be enough in some cases. In that case, you can access the custom library of visualization that meets your needs. Let us jump into discussing the various components of Power BI. As you can see, there are 6 major components of Power BI. Now let's discuss them one by one. First is Power Query. Power Query is the data transformation and mashup engine. It enables you to discover, connect, combine, and refine data sources to meet your analysis need. It can be downloaded as an add-in for Excel or can be used as part of Power BI Desktop. Second, we have Power Pivot. Power Pivot is a data modeling technology that lets you create data models. It also allows you to establish relationships and create calculations. It uses data analysis expression language or DAX to model simple and complex data. Third, we have Power View. Power View is a technology that is available in Excel, SharePoint, SQL Server, and Power BI. It lets you create interactive charts, graphs, maps, and other visuals that brings your data to life. Next, We have Power Map. Microsoft's Power Map for Excel and Power BI is a 3D data visualization tool that lets you map your data and plot more than 1 million rows of data visually on Bing Maps in 3D format from an Excel table or data model in Excel. Then we have Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a development tool for Power Query, Power Pivot, and Power View. With Power BI Desktop, you have everything under the same solution, and it is easier to develop BI and data analysis experience. Finally, we have Power Q&A. The Q&A feature in Power BI lets you explore your data in your own words. It is the fastest way to get an answer from your data using natural language. An example could be, what was the total sales last year? Once you have built your data model and deployed that into Power BI website, then you can ask questions and get answers easily. Now, let's see what Power BI Service is. Power BI Service is the software as a service part of Power BI. It is also referred as Power BI Online. To access Power BI Service, you need to log into app.powerbi.com. Now let me show you that. I'll go to Google, I'll open a new tab and search for app.powerbi.com. It's loading. But this is how the homepage of Power BI Service looks like. I've created some dashboards on it. First, you need to log into app.powerbi service. You can see I'm logged in. Now under my workspace, if I go to dashboard, here I've created a finance dashboard. You can see the different charts and graphs I've prepared and pinned it to the dashboard. So Power BI Service allows you to connect to your data, create reports and dashboards, and you can also ask questions to your data. Now as you can see in this dashboard, we have created some charts and graphs. So this is a tree map. There's a pie chart, there's a bar graph. Below you can see there are line charts and donut charts. It tells you the total sales that were made, the total number of units sold, the sales by product, sales by country, sales by segment, and lots more. One of the key features of Power BI is creating dashboards from multiple reports and datasets. Power BI dashboard is a single page visualization to tell a story. The visualizations on a dashboard are generated from multiple reports, and each report is based on one dataset. A single-page dashboard is known as a canvas. The visualizations you see on the dashboard are called tiles. These tiles are pinned to the dashboard by report designers. Now let me go back to my dashboard. So this is called a canvas, and each of these are called tiles. So on the top, you can see we have 3 tiles. Now let's understand how to create and publish reports in Power BI dashboards. Power BI allows you to create different reports on Power BI desktop. These reports can be published on the Power BI dashboard using Power BI Service. Here, you can see there is a Power BI report created on Power BI desktop. If you click on Publish, it will take you to the Power BI Service where you can build a dashboard. Here is the button for Power BI Publish. Once you click on Power BI Publish, it will take you to the dashboard. So this is a single page Power BI dashboard on Power BI Service. Now, let's understand the Power BI architecture. Power BI architecture is a service built on top of Azure. There are multiple data sources that Power BI can connect to. Power BI Desktop allows you to create reports and data visualizations on the dataset. Power BI Gateway is connected to on-premise data sources to get continuous data for reporting and analytics. Power BI services are basically the cloud services that are used to publish Power BI reports and data visualizations. Using Power BI mobile apps, you can stay connected to their data from anywhere. Power BI apps are available for Windows, iOS, and Android platforms. Now, let's look at a case study on how Meijer, which is one of United States' largest supermarket chains, used Power BI to solve its business problems. Initially, Meijer had become dependent on its IT organization to extract insights from its data. It was time-consuming and inefficient as you had to wait for IT to build every report. Meijer was unable to perform ad hoc and real-time analysis easily. So what Meijer did was, it connected Power BI to an on-premises SQL Server Analysis Services cube. This allowed them to refresh 20 billion rows of data in near real time. With Power BI, teams can now pull in the data faster and perform real-time analysis to derive insights from data. A bakery department inside Meijer used Power BI to compare its sales with regional performance. They analyzed where Meijer was behind the regional trends, focused on the problem, and created a solution. With Power BI, they can now drill down into hourly sales and send out a sales flash to 800 Meijer business leaders. So Power BI enabled them to standardize data sources and empower store directors and team leaders to develop and track their data to ensure what they can improve. Now, let's do some practical hands-on demo with Power BI. So this is how the Power BI desktop interface looks like. On the left, you have the report view, the data view, and the model view. The report view is where you visualize your data with different charts and graphs to build reports. The data view allows you to view the whole data, while the model view is where you check if there are any relationship between the tables. On the right, you can see the different visualizations that you can build. We'll quickly run through all of these in our demo. So here you can see there's a finance sample data that will help you draw insights about the sale of products in different countries. We will create a report to visualize different charts and graphs and analyze those sales. So let me go to my Power BI desktop. First, we'll import our data. So let me go to our Get Data tab and choose Excel as my data source. I click on Excel. So here is our finance sample data. We'll select sheet 1. You can see the data here. Click on it and then select Load. This might take some time to load the data. Now if I go to my Data tab, you can see the entire data set. It has fields such as segment, country in which the sales was made, the name of the product, the units sold, and the sales price, and many more. Let's start building our report now. I'll go to my report view. So first let me create a text box. Let me resize it. Let me name it as Finance Dashboard. We'll increase the size of the text. We'll use font Consolas, center it. We'll also add a background to this. We use blue color, change it to white, and increase the size. Now, let me first show you how you can create a matrix. I'll go to Visualizations and click on Matrix. Let me resize it. From the Datasheet tab, I'll select Sales and drag onto Values. So you can see the total number of sales that were made. Now, let me do some formatting. So I'll go to the Format tab, click on Column Headers. Let's add a background color and let me increase the text size to 20. Similarly, under Values, we'll increase the size of the text to 20 as well. We can also click on Border and choose the color of the border. May take as, let it be black. So this is a simple matrix that we created which shows the total number of sales that were made. Similarly, let me choose matrix once again. Now we'll drag on the units sold onto values. We'll continue with the same drill. Under column headers, we'll add a background. This time let's choose some other color, and under values, let's increase the size of the text to 20. Even for the column headers, let's increase the size of the text to 20. Again, we'll switch on border. We'll resize a bit. So here we have two matrices created for our report. The first matrix shows us the total sales that were made. The second matrix shows you the total units that were sold. Now let's move ahead and create a simple bar chart. So under visualization, I click on clustered column chart. Under this, we'll drag the date column onto axis and the sales onto value. Let me expand it. So it shows you the sales by year. This is the sales that were made in 2013 and this shows you the sales that were made in 2014. Now there's a drill down option which gives you more granularity. This depicts the sales by quarter. If I drill down further, you can see this shows you the sales by month. Also, you have some options like sort by and sort by sales. So you can see October month made the highest number of sales. Moving ahead, let me now create a pie chart where we will see the sales by different segments. Under visualization, I'll click on pie chart. Let me first resize it. Here, I'll drag the segment column onto the legend and the sales column onto the values. As you can see, we have the sales made by different segments. Government segment made the highest number of sales with 44.22%. Now let me add a border to both the visualization. I'll click on the pie chart and go to the Format tab. I'll switch on the border. Similarly, for the clustered column chart, I'll go to the Format tab and click on Border. Now let me resize a bit. Alright. Next, we'll create a very simple table that will depict the total sales made by each product. So under Visualizations, I click on Table. Let me bring this below. So from the data sheet, I'll first drag product onto values. You can see the different products and then sales just below it. So this depicts the total sales that were made by each product. And finally, it displays the total value of the sales that were made. This is same as the one shown here. Now let's do some formatting. Under Format tab, I'll go to Values and increase the text size to 15. Let me expand it. Also, under Column Headers, I'll increase the text size to 15. Then, let me go and add a border. Now let me create a map that will show you the sales that were made by each country. So first, let me create a new page, and under Visualization, I'll click on Map. Now, I'll drag the country column onto Location. So you can see we have our map ready, and we'll drag Sales onto Size. You can see the different countries and the sales that they made. If I move the map, you can see the sales made in the Europe region. Let me resize it. I'll add a border to this. Now let me go ahead and create a donut chart that will show you the profit by each segment. Under Visualizations, I'll click on Donut Chart. I'll move this to the top. Now, from the datasheet, I'll add profit onto the values and segment onto the legend. If I expand this, you can see government segment made the highest amount of profit with 65.04%. Let me resize this and we'll add a border. Okay, in the final visualization, I'll show you how to create a tree map. This tree map will tell you the total amount of sales made by each product. So under Visualizations, I'll click on the tree map. Let me expand it. I'll drag sales onto values and product onto group. So here you can see our tree map and the sales made by each product. You can see now we have our report ready. We have created two separate canvases to visualize our data. Now, if you want to change the color of these bars, you can simply go to the Format tab, and under Data Colors, you can choose whichever color you want. In Power BI Desktop, you have an option to switch your theme. This will make your dashboard or the report look more attractive. So now we are under the default mode. Let's try out different themes. That's Frontier, it's Temperature, Solar, which is a little yellowish. The one which I like is Tidal. I hope this was helpful in making you understand the basics of Power BI and how it works. You learned the various features and the components of Power BI and looked at the architecture of Power BI. Finally, you saw a demo to create a report using finance dataset. In this video,
We will learn about the two important data visualization and business intelligence tools, namely Power BI and Tableau. This video will help you learn the major differences between the two tools. First, we will look at the history of Power BI and Tableau, followed by their cost. Then, we will see which of them has better performance and a good user interface. After that, we will look at the different data sources to which Power BI and Tableau can connect with. Next, we will get an understanding of the programming languages that they support and their data visualization capabilities. You will then get an idea of how Power BI and Tableau support machine learning and which of them has better customer support. You will see the current trends of both the tools, and you will understand where these tools are positioned in the Gartner Magic Quadrant for 2020. Finally, I will tell you how Simplilearn can help you start your career in Power BI and Tableau. Now let's begin with understanding the history of Power BI and Tableau. So what really is Power BI? Power BI is a business analytics service provided by Microsoft. It has the capability to analyze and visualize data, extract insights, and share it across various departments within your organization. Power BI makes data visually appealing. It has easy drag and drop functionality, with features that allow you to copy all formatting across similar visualizations. Power BI fetches data from factory sensors and social media sources to get access to real-time analytics. Let's see what Tableau really is. Tableau is a powerful business intelligence tool which manages the data flow and turns data into actionable information. It can create a wide range of different visualizations to interactively present the data and showcase insights. Tableau has the feature of drag and drop, which allows its users to create interactive visuals quickly. It can also build interactive dashboards with just a few clicks. So Power BI was originally designed by Ron George in the summer of 2010, and the initial release was available for public download on 11th of July 2011. The key components of Power BI are Power BI Desktop, Power BI Service, Power BI mobile apps, Power BI gateway, and Power BI report server. Tableau software was founded in 2003 in Mountain View, California, and the Tableau Desktop 1.0 was released in 2004. On 1st of August 2019, Salesforce acquired Tableau. Tableau products include Tableau Desktop, Tableau Server, Tableau Online, Tableau Visible, Tableau Public, and Tableau Reader. Now, let's see how expensive these tools are. Power BI is way less expensive than Tableau software. Power BI Professional version costs less than $10 per month per user. The yearly subscription comes around $100. Power BI Premium is licensed with dedicated cloud compute and storage resources and is priced at $4,995 per month. On the other hand, Tableau is more expensive, where the Pro version of Tableau comes at more than $35 per month per user. The yearly subscription costs around $1,000. Tableau Creator costs around $70 per month, while Tableau Viewer is priced at $12 per month. If you are a startup or a small business, you can opt for Power BI and then upgrade to Tableau if the need arises. Now coming to performance, Power BI is easy to use. It is faster and performs better when the volume of data is limited. Power BI tends to drag slow when handling bulk data. But Tableau can handle large volumes of data easily. It is faster and provides extensive features for visualizing the data. Tableau doesn't limit the number of data points in a visualization or enforce row or size limitations. So you can have a complete view of your data. Tableau's wide range of built-in analytic capabilities allows you to spend less time worrying about manually creating calculations, designing visualizations, and formatting dashboards. Now let's discuss the user interface of these tools. The user interface of Power BI is highly intuitive, and it can easily be integrated with other Microsoft products. Power BI interface is easy to learn and understand. It is user-friendly and allows you to operate better. Power BI Desktop provides 3 views which you can select on the left side of the canvas. The first view is of the report view, where you can create reports and visuals. The next is the data view. In this view, you can see the tables, measures, and other data used in the data model associated with your report, and transform the data for best use in the reports model. And third is the model view. In this view, you can see and manage the relationships among data in your data model. Tableau has an intelligent interface that enables you to create and customize the dashboards according to your requirements easily. It has an inviting workspace area that encourages you to experiment with data and get smart results. The workspace area has different cards and cells, toolbar, sidebar, data source page, status bar, and sheet tabs. With that, let us now talk about the different data sources that Power BI and Tableau can connect with. Another important feature of Power BI is that it supports various data sources but has limited access to other databases and servers compared to Tableau. Some of the examples are Microsoft Excel, text or CSV files, folders, Microsoft SQL Server, Access DB, Oracle Database, IBM DB2, MySQL Database, PostgreSQL Database, etc. Tableau software has access to numerous data sources and servers such as Excel, text file, PDF, JSON, statistical file, Amazon Redshift, Cloudera Hadoop, Google Analytics, Dropbox, Google Sheets, Google Drive, and lots more. Now let's talk about the ease of use. Power BI enjoys a slight edge in terms of ease of use because it is based on a user interface that has its roots in Microsoft Office 365, which most end users are already familiar with. Tableau provides some essential advantages for exploring and visualizing data in detail. Tableau is also incorporating natural language capabilities into its software. This will help us in finding solutions to complex problems by understanding the data better. Next, let us understand how Power BI and Tableau differ in terms of programming support. Power BI supports data analysis expressions or DAX and M language for data manipulation and data modeling. It can connect with R programming language using Microsoft Revolution Analytics, but it is available only for enterprises level users. Compared to Power BI,
Tableau integrates much better with R language. Tableau Software Development Kit can be implemented using any of the 4 programming languages such as C, C++, Java, and Python. By connecting to these programming languages, you can build even more powerful visualizations. Now coming to the most important category, which is data visualization. Power BI provides an easy to use drag and drop functionality. It provides features that make data visually appealing. Power BI offers a wide range of detailed and attractive visualizations to create reports and dashboards. Using Power BI service, you can ask questions about your data and it will give you meaningful insights. Tableau also allows its users to customize dashboards specifically for a device. It delivers interactive visuals that support insights on the fly. It can translate queries to visualizations and makes you ask questions, spot trends, and identify opportunities. No coding knowledge is required to work on Tableau, as Tableau provides inbuilt table calculations to build reports and dashboards. Now talking about machine learning and how they are different from each other. Power BI enjoys the advantages of Microsoft Business Analytics that includes platforms such as Azure Machine Learning, SQL Server-based analysis services, data streaming in real time, and many Azure database offers. It helps to understand the data and analyze the trends and patterns in the data. You can also forecast the data to make future predictions. Tableau supports the features of Python machine learning. This enables it to perform machine learning operations over the dataset. Finally, let's talk about customer support. Microsoft Power BI is relatively younger in the market than Tableau and hence it has a smaller community. While Tableau has over 160,000 active users participating in over 500 global user groups and over 150,000 active customers participating in the Tableau online community. Next, on the screen, you can see the Google trends for both the tools over the last 5 years from 2015 onwards. As you can see, Tableau is a clear front runner and is more popular these days with high search volume. Now talking about the Gartner Magic Quadrant for Analytics and Business Intelligence Platforms. So for 13 consecutive years, Gartner has recognized Microsoft as a Magic Quadrant leader in analytics and business intelligence platforms. And it has recognized Tableau as a leader in business intelligence after Microsoft. You can see there are other popular tools such as Qlik, ThoughtSpot, CSense, Oracle, SAS, SAP, and Salesforce. Now I will tell you how Simplilearn can assist you in learning Power BI and Tableau and help you become an expert in business intelligence. So let me take you to our website. I'll open a new tab. Let me search for simplilearn.com. I'll now search for Power BI in the search bar. So let me type Power BI here. I'll click the first link, which is the Power BI certification training course. So this course will help you learn about Microsoft Power BI desktop layouts. You will learn how to build business intelligence reports, dashboards, Power BI data analysis expressions, commands, and functions. So this is the course content. You'll learn about desktop layout, features, the views, connecting to common data sources. You'll learn about the query editor and its functionality. Then you will learn how to create relationships in your data model. You learn about calculated columns and measures, built-in aggregations. You'll also learn about data visualizations practices, reports and dashboard layout, creating a sales analysis report, and lots more. Let me go back and now I'll search for Tableau. I'll click on the first link. So this is the course for Tableau certification training. So it's around 56 hours of in-depth blended learning. There are 4 real-time industry projects. You'll get lifetime access to self-paced learning videos, 2 simulation exams. On the right, you can see the skills that will be covered as part of this course. We learn Tableau statistics, building interactive dashboards. There's arithmetic, logical and LOD calculations, which is level of detail. Learn about heat map, waterfall, Pareto, clustering, forecasting. And here you can see the entire course content. After learning this course, you can go ahead and take the Tableau certification.
What is Power BI? It is a business intelligence tool to visualize your data and share insights across your organization. So when we talk about BI, it came into existence as a self-service BI tool, and it does have different components which can be used. Now, before we get into details of Power BI, let's understand what are the different components or what are the different ways in which you can work on your Power BI. Now, one of the main challenges when it comes to organizations or users is that data is scattered in different places. It might be in different formats, and everyone would want to use that data to basically perform some calculations, create visualizations or dashboards which could be interactive, and that's where they would want to bring all the data in one place, might be transform it so that you can filter out and not load huge amount of data in your system, and you can work on selective data. So when it comes to Power BI, it helps us in ETL, it helps us in data modeling, it helps in data storage and reporting. Now, before we get further into understanding how Power BI looks like, it would be a good idea to share information in how you can set that up on your machine. So when it comes to your Power BI, and let me open up a notepad here. So for example, I bring up a notepad. Let's say when you talk about your Power BI components, so you basically have Power BI desktop, and that's mainly your playground, or that's mainly used for any kind of development activities. You have your Power BI server, or you can say service. Now this one is where you would make reports online and share or make them available to different BUs. Now that's one more component of Power BI. And then you also have your Power BI mobile, which is mainly for viewing the information, or I would say viewing reports. So these are the three main components. We can also look at the licensing information of these. So these are the main. So Power BI desktop is something which you can set up on your laptop or on your machine. Power BI server is where you can log in with your user ID and password, and Power BI mobile is mainly to view your reports. Now, how do you set this up before you can explore or start working on Power BI? So here is a link which you can basically use. So if you look into this, so this one basically says service self-service sign up for Power BI. It says sign up of Power BI service as an individual. Normally when you would want to use Power BI, you can use a website called HTTP, and then you have basically app, and let's say I think it's called apppowerbi.com. Now this is the place where you can basically log in. Now if you see here, I have created an account, and if you look at my account, it says auatl.onmicrosoft.com. Now how do you get this kind of email? Because when you talk about Power BI, it will expect you to have a official ID, and it does not take IDs which are from common domains such as Google or Yahoo and so on. So this particular link gives you an idea how you can do that. So basically you have what is Power BI, basic explanation on that. It says signing up for Power BI service. So Power BI desktop, it's a totally free download. And then you have mobile apps, also a totally free download. And here it says that what kind of email addresses it supports. And if we look into this, you have to either sign up, because that does not accept your private email IDs, or you can go for this one which says enroll US government organization, and this is where you can basically sign up for Power BI. So it basically says try free. If you go to the website, say powerbi.microsoft.com, or you could go into this one which I was saying, http://app.yourpowerbi.com, and this is what you can use. Or as mentioned, you can go to powerbi.microsoft.com. For example, if I open this in a different tab, it takes me to Power BI Microsoft. I can say start free. I can click on this. It says try free, but then when it asks you to sign in, this is where some of us face problem, because it does not take your private email ID. Now, how do you tackle that? What you can do here is on this page which says learn about alternate ways to sign up, you can basically open up this link, and in this link it says sign up for Power BI with a new Microsoft 365 trial account. And what you can do is you can basically click on this link which takes you to the Office 365, and what you can do here is you can search for something which says say 365 E3, and here you have try it for free. So in my case it is translating. Okay, so here you have an option which says try it for free. Click on this one and then basically go ahead with your sign up process. Now once you do that, you can basically create an account or give a email ID. So it asks you to give an email ID to check if you already have an account. And once you do that, it will guide you through the process where you can create an account like I have done. Now, once you have done that, so for example, we can go into this page which I said http://app.powerbi.com. Now, once you have created an account, you would be asked to log in. Now I can click and log in here and then basically give in my password. And once I do that, it takes me to the Power BI server or service. Now, on the top right, it might say that go for a trial version. I have already selected that, and this is a pro trial which is giving me validity for 60 days. So this is the service which I can use. Now what it means is I can be using my Power BI desktop, which would be also installed. So once you log into this page, you can basically click on apps. You can basically search for something like Power BI, and that will show up an app and you can install and download on your machine. Now, once that is there, you can basically bring it up. So for example, in my case, I can just say Power BI desktop, and that's the app which I have installed on my machine, and basically that comes up. So that's your Power BI desktop which is coming up, and it will still ask you to sign in so that you can share your information through Power BI. So you see here on the top, I'm already signed in, and here it also shows you some tutorials and videos which basically helps you in getting to know something more or what's new. So you can always browse that. So you would have your Power BI desktop which would be set up. You would also have your Power BI service which would be running, and then basically whatever you have developed on your Power BI desktop, you can share that through the Power BI service. Now, usually when you talk about licensing, I can give you brief insights here. So you basically have your Power BI service, as I said, licensing. So you have the Pro version, which is basically your $9.9 per user per month, and basically it has some kind of limitation. So it has say max 10 gigabyte. You can work on some features like incremental refresh is not allowed. You can always look onto the Microsoft website for more details. And in those kind of cases, you usually go for the premium account if you are a extensive user. And premium account basically is conditional based, so it depends on your requirements, and then basically you pay for the service what you use. So that's mainly about your servicing. Now when you talk about your server and service, as I said, it is basically making your reports online and sharing and making them available to different BUs. So that is the highlight. So when you talk about sharing reports, that's one of the things. You have anomaly detection, that's also possible here. You can talk about automation of reports. You have security, that is, you can go for role based or role level based kind of security implementation. All those are some of the features of your Power BI server and service. So it is good to know and basically have your desktop and Power BI service set up. Now once you have that, then you basically have your Power BI. Now when you talk about your Power BI, it basically helps you with various things. So this is how easily you can have it set up, and then basically you can explore this. So for example, as I was saying, Power BI can connect to different data sources. Now I do have an option here which says get data. I can click on this and that shows me all the different data sources. I can even click on more if I am interested in looking what more Power BI desktop tool helps me to do. So it shows me all the different ways in which you can get the data. You see here the servers, so the database services, your folders, your different formats. You can click on file formats or databases. You can look at Power Platform. So if basically you are connecting to a platform and getting some services, you can connect to the cloud, that is Azure. You have online services, and then you have other options. So these are all the ways in which you can get your data. When you talk about visualizations, you see a lot of visualization options here which can be used once your data is loaded, and I will explore and explain more about this. So you have something called as insert, wherein you can go in for different visuals or different types. You can also get into, say, transform the data. Now that basically is going to pop up and bring a Power Query editor. Now that's where a lot of your ETL works happen. So when you do a transform data, it opens up Power Query editor, which we can use to transform the data or change the data or modify the data as per our requirement before loading all of it into our Power BI. So you also have option here which says modeling, wherein we can create new tables or we can work on our data where we can manage relationships. So as of now, we don't have any data, so it does not show this one as activated, but that can be activated. This is where you can view your reports. So this is, in short, exploring your Power BI. We'll see what are the different options which we can use here. So it basically supports different kind of data. So when we look at the visualization pane, that basically allows us to create different kind of visualizations here, and we will understand that. So you can basically visualize on your different data and create different kind of charts, graphs, maps, and basically derive insights from your data. Now, when you talk about data models, that's where you can basically establish relationships. So when you talk about data models, it is basically used to connect multiple data sources to build a relationship. Now, we might have different data sets, or we might have data coming in from different tables where we may want to basically get insights or get data from multiple data sources for our purpose. Now, in that case, data models do help us. So for example, if you have two tables, let's look at the standard tables. So you have products lookup table and you also have the sales table. Now, usually what you have in any kind of scenario is, if we basically say you have your data tables. So that's basically where your data resides. And then you have series of your lookup tables. So usually you might have, say, your data tables here. And this is what I'm talking about, which might have some data. For example, let's say sales is one of them. You might have some other data table, which might be, for example, let's say budget table, or might be something else. And these are your data tables. Now at the other end, you might have your lookup tables. So basically you have various lookup tables. And these lookup tables, for example, let's say this one is customer, this one is territory, let's say this is product, and let's say this one is a calendar. So these are basically my lookup tables. So we can basically, as I said, your data might be coming in from different sources, let's say database, or let's say some kind of files, or let's say some kind of systems what you have. So your data might be coming in from different places. Now you might want to transform the data. So this is where I could say there is your query editor, which I was explaining. So you have your query editor, which basically allows you to edit the data table, or basically allows you to edit the data before it is loaded, right? You can hide a column, you can add a new column, you can modify your column. So your query editors would be basically used to work on the data which goes into your data tables. Now you might have a lot of lookup tables, as I said. So let's say these are my lookup tables, and these are my data tables. So what we need is, sometimes we need information based on our lookup tables and data tables. Now that's where data modeling comes into picture. So basically, if I would want to extract information from here, so I can notice that there is a product key here and there is a product key here. Now this is where we are already talking about, say, foreign keys, or we are talking about your relationships. Right now, when you talk about relational databases, you have something called as foreign key constraints, which is in Power BI terms, I would say it's not exactly a constraint, but it is more of a filter propagation instead, which is used to basically connect your different data sources. And you could have basically cross filter directions. You can go for single or one to one or one to many or many to many kind of relationships, which basically allows you to work on the data. So we will learn more about data models when we are doing a quick demo there, where we can talk a little bit about normalization and denormalization, the way the data exists, right? And then you basically would want to gather insights from your data. So when you talk about your two data sources, as I said, so you have a products lookup table, you have a sales table. Now if you would want to calculate the total order quantity of each product name, which is, we are talking about the order quantity as a information here, and you have product name here. Now how do you get that information? What we see here is we would want something like this, or we would want more information. So how do we do that? So what we can do is, the order quantity for each product is basically showing us the same value. Now this is because the product and sales tables are not connected and there is no relationship between them. Even if you would want to take two sources and just get information out of them, Power BI would complain that there is no relationship established between them. So what we do is we create a data model. So what we do is we build a relationship between both the tables using a common key column, which exists in both cases. As I said, there is a product key here, there is a product key here. So that basically allows us to have a relationship between these two. Now that could be one to one. This could also be related to other tables. So it could be one to many. You could have many to one. So all those relationships are possible. So product key is basically used to create a relationship. You see the arrow mark, and then there is also this star, which can basically mean one to many. Now, when the product key is used to join these two tables or form a relationship, then we can look at the product names and the order quantities, which basically gives me a total. Now that's the basic use of your data models. Now what about this DAX? So basically data analysis expressions. Now that's a library of functions and operators that can be combined to build formulas and expressions in Power BI desktop. Usually when we work on our data sources, when we would want to connect them, it automatically shows us these data analysis expressions. However, this gives us extension. It basically gives us more power to work on our data. Now, sometimes instead of working on DAX or DAX expressions, it would be good to go for better data modeling and have the relationships established better. And sometimes when the relationships are established, you could use your DAX, which basically gives you more power on working on your data. So your values are calculated based on information from each row of a table. It appends values to each row in a table and stores them in the model. It increases the file size. So that's what happens. Now you can right click on any column to add a new column. And for example, in this one, it shows that there was a quantity type calculated column, which was based on the calculation what we see here on the top in the expression bar, which says what kind of calculation was performed. And that basically gives us the value for quantity type, and that is basically added here to our existing data. So that's the power of DAX and Power BI. So you also have something called as measures. So DAX allows you to create new calculated columns and measures. So basically here, if you see, we are working on AW underscore sales, and then we have selected quantity sold. And what we are looking at in the report is we can basically right click on any table name to add a new measure here. So we have added what we call as quantity sold as the measure. So values are calculated based on information from any filters in the report. We will see this, how this can be done. And that basically here, the measure does not increase the file size. It does not create new data in the table themselves in comparison to what we were seeing earlier, that is your calculated columns. So these are your type of DAX functions. So DAX allows you to create new calculated columns and measures. So you have date and time, which basically allows you to work on date and time data or fields. You have logical functions which allow us to create new filters or add more filters to our data. You have text functions which basically allows us to say transform the data into a lowercase or an uppercase, or basically get the length of a string, or concatenate two fields, or basically do a filtering based on some criteria, or replacing some content. You also have statistical functions which can be used. You have information functions which can be used. So these are different types of DAX functions which we can use in Power BI. So we will learn more on Power BI through a quick demo where we can use some data sets, and those data sets could be found on internet, although I can also upload that on a GitHub link and you will have access to those data sets. So let's learn about Power BI through a quick demo by uploading some data sets and playing with those data sets. Let's look at a sample data set and let's upload it. And as I explained, while uploading, let's also transform the data so that we can have selective fields or selected data loaded here instead of loading the complete data set. And then let's see how we can visualize this, or how we can use the information in this data set. Now what we can do here is we can click on get data, and then we can choose one of the data formats which we would be looking for. So for example, I can go for Excel and basically click on this. Now here are some of my data sets. So let's look into the folder here, and these data sets are also available on my GitHub link, which I'll share with you later. So here we have something called a superstore. Let's click on this, and here I already have a data set which is global superstore, or I also have selective data. So let's select this one, click on open. Now that's basically connecting to my data source, and that will show me what does that Excel sheet have. So it has different tabs, which is orders, people, and returns. So let's select orders, and that basically gives me a preview of the data which I have. And if you scroll all the way to right, it shows me city, state, and then country. And if you see here, we do see information of all the countries. Now this can be huge amount of data which we would want to look into. But say for example, my use case is that I'm interested in looking for the data for United States and as a country and all its states. So we will do that when we do a transform. Now we can also select the returns tab, and that shows me these three fields. However, the first row should have been the heading of this particular data set, and we will transform that. Now I can go ahead and click on load, but that will load all the data. So instead of that, let's go for transforming. So let's click on transform data. Now once you do that, it brings you your toolkit, that brings you your Power Query Editor, which allows you to transform your data. So for example, we have data from returns tab or returns data source, as you see here. So we see column 1, column 2, and column 3, and that also shows the type of the data here. It also gives me a quick small option here. Let's select this, and then I can say use first row as header. Now there are various other options which you can do. You can add a custom column, you can add column with examples, you can keep the top rows, you can remove the top rows, you can keep errors, keep duplicates. So there are different ways, and you can also do a merge query or append query. So as of now, let's just say use first row as headers, and that basically shows that now my first row has become the header. You also see in the applied steps, it basically tells me if I have changed the type of the data. If I have made any other changes, those steps will get added here. So it basically shows me the name as it returns. It shows me applied steps where I've changed the type, and now I basically have this information. Now this is something where you can change the type, or you can basically set it to a particular format. However, we are not doing anything of that sort right now, so we can do that for any of these columns. So this looks good. When it comes to orders, let's click on this, and as I said, I would be interested in selecting for country as United States only, and let me just work on that data. However, we can work on all the data. So let me scroll all the way to right, and here I have the country. Now there are these filters which we can use. So basically I can click on this, and that shows me all the countries are selected. Now there is also something called as text filters, which we will see how we can use to select particular data. I basically have other ways of filtering the data. So for example, now I will just uncheck this select all, and what I would be interested is in United States. So let's type it here. That shows me has an option here. Select this, and then basically say OK. So that should basically now filter out, and it shows me the data is United States only, and then you have different states, and rest of the data remains. So if you look at the applied steps, it tells me that there are filtered rows. Now we have done the basic transformation for this data set on these two data sources, that is orders and returns. So here you have an option which says close and apply. So close the query editor window and apply any pending changes. You can click on this and it says apply. So for example, I can just say apply for now, and that should basically apply the changes which I have performed using my query editor. That is, I have transformed the data so that I can have selective data uploaded in my Power BI. Now it's doing that. It shows me it is working on both of these data sources, that is orders and returns. So that's done. And now basically, if there are any other pending changes, we can just do a close and apply. So that basically has closed. And now you would see the data appearing here. So I have uploaded the data as per my preferences. Now, if you click on the data tab here, so it basically shows you your data fields. It might take some time to populate, but if you see in the country field now, even if I click on the filter, it just shows me United States. Now that's what we wanted. So we have already uploaded this data in orders. You can always expand the option here, which shows me all the fields which are there in this. Might be this is an aggregation, might be that's an order date. So this is again some kind of aggregation. We can change the data types. So we are looking at all the fields in my orders table, or basically coming from the orders data source. I also have returns, which shows me 3 fields, and that shows me the data which is returned, order ID and region. So the column names are applied correctly as we want, and that basically looks fine. Now we can also look at your model. So when you click on model, it shows me these two. However, there is no, as of now, relationship established between them. So it says under properties, select one or more model objects to set their properties. So right now, these are not related. There is no relationship established between them. So if I would want some data which relates to orders and returns, then that would fail because it would say there is no relationship. Now I can go to the first option which says report, and we have not created any report here. Although we can create a simple report, we can look at the data. So we have our orders field. Now we can basically pull out some information from here. We can choose what kind of report we may want to create. So for example, let's go for the table option from visualizations. You have various options here which we can use. This is where you can do a formatting. This is where you can select the fields. This is where you can search and filter out the data. You can also add data fields here. So first let's click on table, and that basically gives me a table. Now this table as of now does not have anything. So you can use the filter and slices option here, which will affect the visualization. Or basically what you can do is, now since we have orders here, so this is my orders and I would like to work on this. So let's say, for example, country is, I can select country as a field, and if you say, it shows me country is all as of now, and it says the value is United States. What I can also do is, I'm interested in the states. So I have state. Now I can basically drag and drop it here, and then the state gets added here. So I can basically say select all, and that should basically take care of my state field being added here. So state is all, country is all. Now we can basically look at something else. So might be, let's choose sales, and I can just drag and drop sales here. So that basically says if you would want to have any kind of advanced filtering, which says filter type, so go for advanced filtering is less than or equal, or you can also go for advanced filters. So that's fine as of now. So we have added some fields here, and that's basically my data here. So let's go for filters here, which basically should select all my fields. Now if you see, the visualization shows my country, sales and state, which we had either by selecting the fields and dropping them here, or you can in this section where it says fields. So you can, for example, let me show it again. So I can just delete this. I can click on the table option. I can just drag it here. I can basically make it bigger, and I need to add data to this one. So it says add data fields here. So now let's say country is what we are interested in. We are also interested in states. So let's drop that here, and let's say sales. So this is also what I'm interested. So I'm looking at one specific country. I'm looking at sales per state. And when we look at sales, it basically tells me that this is a summation. So you will basically get the total sales which have happened. Now we are looking at this data here. We can always go to formatting. We can click on grid. We can basically increase the font here. We can change the grid color. So for example, let's make it, for example, blue. So I can just select this, and it should basically allow me to have the grid color as blue. Now I can go in for the grid thickness. I can go for row padding, outline color. So we can basically make it a little bit more readable. And then we can basically increase the font size here to look at the information. And you have other options here. So what would you want to do with column headers? So I can basically have the font color, background color is fine. Do you want to have an outline? Do you want to have a change in font? What is the text size? Might be we can make the heading a little bigger. And then basically you also have the field formatting. So all those could be done. You could go for background, and all these things can be done in formatting. So now we already have our data here, and this basically looks good. And this is basically one of my visuals which I have here. And this has given me some information for sales, and basically I can scroll this. I can also make it bigger. So I could select a particular field if I'm more interested in looking at the information for a particular state. Now I can add more fields to this. So this is my one of the reports which I have created. Now what I can do with this report is I can basically have more data fields. I can add filters to this. I can basically look into all the data here by just clicking somewhere in the grid, but somewhere outside. If you select a particular row, then that data shows up. Here you have an option of focus mode, which you can go for. You can look at the other options which says export data. Now, if this is the data which you are interested in, you can export it. You can always do show as a table if you are interested in. You can do a sort by country, sales, or state. So for example, let's do a sorting by state. And that basically gives me the data which has been sorted by state information. Now we could obviously have the information here, so I can then change the order so it shows me alphabetically. This is the information which I have. So I've created a simple visualization using the data which I have. And what I can do is I can click on save. So that basically asks me to save this as a Power BI file which has an extension of PBIX, and I can basically call it my report. So let's say first report, and here I can say country, or I can say state wise sales in USA. Let's say USA, and that basically is my first report. Now once you have saved this report, you can always look on your machine. For example, if I go in here and if I go into this folder, might be I should look on desktop, and this is where I should have saved it. So it shows me first report state-wise. That will open up in Power BI. And we have created a simple report which we have basically used by taking our data. Now I can also do is I can publish this if I would want to share this information. So publish this report online in Power BI service. You can basically select your report, what we have here, and I clicked on publish. So it says what's the destination. So you can have different workspaces. I will choose the default, that's my workspace. I can click on select. Now it says publishing first report statewide sales in USA to Power BI. You can create a portrait view of your report and you can do all that stuff. So let it publish, and then we can basically look into our Power BI server. That's our service where the information is already shared or published, I would say, which can then be shared with different sources. So we can come here and basically I can look into the Power BI, and this is where I will be able to look into my workspaces, and let's look in my workspace. So it says this is the place where I had initially downloaded Power BI dataset. It says your dataset is ready. Let Power BI help you explore your data, right? So you can always do this. You can click on view dataset, which basically allows you to bring out your workspace and first report state wise sales. Now that's the report which we have published. So let's first check in our desktop if that's done. So it says success, open first report in Power BI. Now I can click on this one straight away, and that takes me to my service. Now once it takes me to the service, it shows me the report which we created, which we published, and it basically has the option where I can save it as a different copy or give a different name. I can embed this in a website or a portal. I can publish to web, embed this report for public access by anyone on the internet. We can do that. We can export it to PowerPoint. So we can do all these options. You also have an option of view where you can change the view. You can basically also edit report here. So you can do that if you are interested in something specific. You can do a sharing to teams. So if you have your teams or groups set up, you can share it with them. You have an option of common panes. You can basically view usage metrics report. Now that can be sometimes helpful. You can basically go ahead and go and subscribe a particular report. So if there are new changes made, you will be the one who will be informed. You can click on share. Now if I click on share here from my service, it says only users with Power BI Pro will have access to this report. Recipients will have the same access as you unless row level security on the data set further restricts them. So I can grant access, and this is where I will have to give the email IDs of the people with a message that I would want to have them look at this report, right? You can also allow recipients to build new content using the underlying data sets, and you can send an email notification to the users. As of now, I don't have any other groups, so I'll not be sharing it, but I have created a simple report. Now let's also look at edit report. Let's just to see what it helps us. And when you click on edit report, it basically brings up this one which says your file, view. It gives you the filters. It basically allows you to add data fields to this. So it is basically giving access to these data sets which were in my desktop. It is basically allowing you to give or create different visualizations. Now here we have the data which we are looking at, and if say for example somebody is interested in filtering the data, so you could do that. So you could click on filter here, and that basically applies. This is the filter we have. Now country is fine, sales might be, I can click on sales and I would say okay, let's look at sales which is more than a particular amount. So we can say is greater than, and might be I can give a number here. So I can say 30,000, and basically I can say apply filter. So right now I'm applying filter, and I would look at the values, which also shows me the total value is changed. So you have not only created a report, you have published it, and now from the service you can edit it. So I'm looking at particular data here, and then basically I can click on file and I can save it, or I can say save a copy of the report. And let's say I will call it the same name. So I'll say first report underscore state wise sales, and I will say modified. So let's do a save, and the report has been saved. So now you're looking at the data here. So that is basically giving you information. So when I click on my workspace here, I can click on reports, and that does show me my previous report. It shows me the modified report. It gives me an option of looking at the usage metrics report. So say for example you want to click on this one, and it will basically give you the usage metrics. So let's click on this one, and that basically shows me the report usage metrics which is generated. So views per day, unique viewers per day. You would want to look at the different platforms, who was using it, views by user, and this can be sometimes useful if we would want to look into this one. Now I can go back to my workspace, I can click on reports, and that basically took me to usage metrics. I could be sharing it, I can analyze in Excel, I can look for quick insights based on this data what we have. You can basically look at the related information. You can also look at the settings of this one. And basically this is how you have your data report here. Now that also shows me the data sets option. So which basically gives me the data sets which can be used to create further reports. And we have our data here. So for example, if I click on create report, it basically gives me these data sets, and we can continue working on this. So this is how I have a simple report created without basically working on two different data sources, but I have selected some data here, and then I can basically add details to this. So for example, now if we look at orders and say for example this is the data I have, and say you would want to add some fields. So let's go to returns, and say for example I would be interested in looking at the products. So might be what I should do is I should replace the report here. Instead of country, it would be interesting to look at the product which we have, or basically customer ID. So we can look at customer ID, we can look at the order ID, which would be interesting to see if there is a particular order, what was the sales which was generated, and if there were any returns which were happening on that. So for example here, when I have these, let me cut out country as a field, and I will basically take order ID and place it here. So now if you see, my data has been easily modified. So I have my order ID, I have sales, and I have state-wise information. So you have basically all the information, but this is now order ID, state, and so on. Now what if I would want to also see based on the order ID, if I say I would want the returned field. So for example, I would want to take this one and let's drag and drop it here. Now that says cannot display the visual. Now why is that? So if you click on see details, that says cannot determine relationships between the fields. So it cannot display the data because Power BI cannot determine the relationship between two or more fields. And how do we fix that? So for example, if I click on fix this, now it says there is a missing relationship between these fields. Use auto detect to search for relationships or create them manually. Now I can click on auto detect, which will try to search for fields which exist in both the data sets, or basically I can create relationships. So let's click on create relationships, and that basically takes me to this page which says there are no relationships defined from table to table and so on. So I can click on new. Now here it says select the tables and the columns that are related. Now I can say orders. Now those are my fields where you have order IDs, and it automatically shows that returns also has an order ID field, although all the values might not be same, but this is how you can create a relationship. And it says the cardinality says many to one, so you can have basically many to one relationship. You are saying cross filter direction is single, so make this relationship active, and it has already helped us basically identifying the field. So I can say okay. So it says now these two tables should be related or should be connected based on order ID. So here we have this, and let's basically say close. Now once that is done, if you see, I have order ID, I have returned, I have sales column, and I have state. And if you see in returned, I do have a value of yes, which shows this particular order ID had generated some sales, and it was for state Alabama, and it was returned, and the value is yes. So if you scroll down, you basically see all the values. Now we can add different filters where we can say I would want only yes and no. Now this is again an interesting report. So let's go in also into the formatting, and what we can do is we can look at, say, the grid option. If we would want to basically say vertical grid, and let's say on, and it says vertical grid color. So let's select this. Might be I can try doing a black here. It puts it in the right nice table format, and that basically looks good. So you have sales, returned, and so on. And this is basically the order which I'm seeing here. So for example, if I would want to change the order, and if I'm saying, okay, I would like to look at sales and returned and so on. So we can be doing that. We can come here and say, for example, I have sales and returned. Let's try moving the sales column over here. Might be state is an information which we would want in the beginning. So let me also move the states all the way here. So it gives me state, it gives me the order ID, sales, and if there was a return which was happening on that particular product. So easily I've modified my report. Now what I can do is I can just save it, and I can do the same thing. So I can publish it, I can basically continue using it, or I can work on a new report. So let's continue learning, and now here we will also see how you can load some data and perform some transformations and basically get multiple results or multiple tables or multiple data sets which can be then further used for reporting. So Power BI does give you a lot of options. Now here you have an option, as we saw earlier, that is get data, or what you can do is you have an option where you can create new data also, which says enter data. Now this is something which can be easily used if you have relatively less number of fields. So you can basically add more columns here, and you can basically add values. So for example, if I would just call it something like scientist ID, okay, and then I can say scientist name, and then basically I can say domain, and then I can say, for example, let's say year of joining, and I can keep adding the number of columns here. I can delete the columns, right? And I can give this, and I can say country. So that's it. And now we have created these five columns, which we have given some names, and we can start entering some values. So I can basically say, let this scientist ID be 2234, I can give some name. So let's give Peter, let's say domain, and I can say biotechnology. I can give year of joining 2011, and I can say Germany as the country. And I really don't want this particular column, so I can go ahead and delete this. Now I can come here and then I can give something else. So I can say this is scientist ID. I can give John. Let's say the scientist is mainly working in physics. And then I can say 2018, and let's say France, and go back here, and let's say 4567, and let's say Marie, and let's say she does her research in molecules, and let's call it 2001, and let's say Italy. Okay, and you can continue adding data in this way. Now you can say if the data is already here, so I can say, for example, no, I do not want this particular row. I do not want this particular row. So you can basically keep adding values here. Now you can say edit. So here we have to give some name. So let's say scientists. Okay. And then if you choose edit, it basically brings up your Power BI editor, which allows you to work on these fields if you would want to make some changes. Now we can make some changes here. We can see what are the number of rows. We can basically perform any kind of transactions here. So this one basically tells me what is the data type. So here we see scientist ID, and this clearly tells me this is an integer. However, we will not want to do any kind of computations here. So we can as well change this. So I can just do a right click and I can work on this particular column. What I can also do is I can just click on this, and this tells me that you would want to change it to date time, or you want to change it to some number. So I can just say string because we are not going to perform any computation here. So on the ID column, so let's say text, and I'm changing it. So it says replace current, add a new step. So selected column has an existing type conversion. Would you like to replace the existing conversion or preserve the existing? So I will say replace current. And now the data type has been changed. It is of a string. And if you see, this step has got added here. So it says that the change type is the kind of transformation we did here. So that's fine. Now what we can also do is we have the scientist name, but we don't like the column name here. So it would be good to change this. So there is something called as remove or remove columns and so on. So when you do a right click, it gives you a lot of options in applying filters or doing some transformation. If I just click on this one, so what I can do is I can look at the date time, and let's go here. So we have an option which says, do you want to change the type? Now we could have done that here, or like I said, you could choose the time and do it. You can just say transform, and how do you want to change it? So do you want to change it to uppercase? Well, you can do that and changes all the values of this one. What I can do is I can again do a right click, and I can choose basically if you would want to clean up the data, or if you would want to convert to lowercase, you want to capitalize each word. So let's choose that. And if you see here, the steps are getting added. Now to undo any particular step, if I just cancel this, then I'm back to this. If I cancel this, I'm back to my original form. So you can anytime undo your changes, and you can basically work on this. So we are working on this particular column. Now there are various other options that you can look at. So for example, this is some of my data, but it does not have much information. It would be good to load some bigger data set and then use these transformations, or basically working on changing the data types, as I mentioned, or if you would want to do a filtering and remove certain fields and only select particular fields, if that's what you're interested, doing a right click where I want to create a copy of this, and then basically I can use that particular copy. Now what I can also do is I can add column from examples, I can duplicate column, and then I can make some changes to that. So this is my duplicate column, and say for example you would want this one to be changed, so we can say remove duplicates. We can basically, if you're doing some kind of change, you want to change the format here, you can do that. You can use for other things like filling up and all that. Now I can just call it rename, and let's say alias scientist name, right? And I can continue adding columns, or I can do some transformations. And once you have done with these transactions, now this one, if you see, it shows as integer, but is it an integer? No, this is an date format. So I can go for modeling and change the formats. What I can also do is I can select this, and it says it's not a decimal, it's not a fixed decimal, it is date time, it is date, it is date time and time zone, right? And you can select any one of these. So for example, let's make it date, which makes it more meaningful. But then what happens is when you do this, it is going for the default dates or the older dates, so I don't like that. So what we will have to do is we will have to basically transform this, and here we have transform, you have change type, so you have date and time, you have date, you have time. So let's choose date and time, and if you see here, it gives me some default timing based on these values, which we do not like. So again, filter it out. But what we can do is we can just make sure that this is changed, or you want to make it a string, because we are not going to do any computation here. So I can keep it as date, but then if I have more fields like month and days and so on, then you can do that. So here it also has the option. So when you have selected this, you have an option called transform, and transform also has various options which allow you to work on these. Do you want to do some scientific calculations? Do you want to work on the date field? So as of now it is just integer, so we can use one of these. We can do a group by, but obviously we don't have much data here. So as of now, let us retain this. I can just change this to text, and that's okay, because we are going to look at this later. We can add more data and work on it. So as of now, once we have done all these changes, you can go back to say home, and here you have close and apply, and I can basically say close and apply. So the changes will be applied, and then my new table, which we just created by entering some random data, performing some basic transformations, will be available. So if you look into this one, so that's where my data is. It shows me the columns, but there is no aggregated column as such here. You don't see any summation mark. You just see the field names or the column names. You see the values. Now obviously if you go into modeling, there is no existence of a different table which you can join these tables, or you can perform some transactions, come back to the data set. So this looks good, and we have it here. Now obviously we have not created any visualization based on this, which we can, and we can continue working on it. So here, this is my data set, which is a small table where we have created some data, and we can use it anytime. Now let's work on a bigger data set and see what kind of transformations we can do. We can then also see on modeling, or basically using some smarter ways of working with the data. So what we would want to do is we would want to load some data here. So let's go into home, let's go to get data, let's use our old store data, and I'm going to take the global superstore, which is huge data set with all the countries and the products and the sales which have happened. and we can take this data, but before loading it, as I suggested earlier, we should basically transform the data. We should basically transform the data so that you don't end up loading everything and you don't work on all the data. I mean, unless you really want to. So here this Excel sheet which I'm talking about has two different tabs. We have used it before. So let's use orders, let's use returns, and that basically shows me the data what we have. So I can do a load, but that's not what we would want to do. So you can do a load and you can get all the data, but let's go to transform, make some basic transformations before we load the data. So our Power BI editor allows us to work on this. Now here we have, it says this preview may be up to 9 days old. So I can do a refresh. I can select this and I say, first thing is use first row as header because that's what I want. So it is basically setting the first row as header, which looks good. And we have some order IDs. We have the returned if the product was returned. So let's look at the filter here. So it just has yes values which we are looking at. So it says list may be incomplete. Let's say load more, and let's see what are the filters here. So either there might be a product which is returned, or it might be blank field, so that is chosen, so that's fine. We have order ID, we have region, which is basically showing me different regions here. Let's look at orders, and orders is again having your row ID, order date, ship mode. So you have quite large amount of data here for your different countries. Now in earlier example I chose United States, and then I was only focusing on the states and city in United States. So we can do that. Now I can basically work on refresh. So whatever preview was stored in the memory, we are just refreshing it. Now here we have this row ID, and if you see, the row ID is an integer. Obviously we will not be performing any kind of computation here. So here you don't have any row ID, but here we have row ID. So let's make it from integer, let's make it string, and I'll say replace current. So that looks fine. It's a row ID which we will use to search, but we are not going to perform any computations unless you want to find on an average on row ID or anything else. Now you have order IDs. So what we can do is we can filter some values. We can rename the field as we desired, right? So for example, let's go in here, and what we can do is let's go into customer ID, ship, okay, and here you have say state, you have region, okay. Now at any point of time, if I would want to filter out the values, the easier option is that you can select on this one, and here you can do some text filtering, okay, or you can basically select the values from here. So for example, if I say let's get rid of select all, what we will be interested in, say United States and UK, that's the data we want, and then I can basically say okay. So it is basically going to filter out the data which is for United States and UK as of now. Now what we can also do is, how about doing some more filtering before we basically work on this. So let's go in here, and we are looking at United States and UK related data, and let's look at, it is sometimes good that you can basically work on the data here. So for example, I go into orders. Now what I would want to do is I would want to look at the fields, okay, and we have not yet loaded the data. So if you look in the background, I just have my scientists because we have not applied these changes, we have not loaded, we are still in the transformation stage, right? Now what we can do is let's go for, so we can do segment and all these kind of fields. can be used for grouping the data. So we will see that whenever you have a data set, you would already know there are certain fields which have repeated values which can be used to group the data. And we can do that. We can change any kind of values which are not going to be computed on. So for example, I have postal code. I can use this, but again, we are not going to find a postal code which is greater than something, right? So integer is not the valid type. Let's change it to text. Okay. And if, for example, I would want to look at this, so I have done some changes here. Okay, and this shows me null. So for example, let me just revert this back and let's make it a whole number. Okay, so there are certain columns or rows which do not have some values, and we can basically get rid of those values. So as of now, we can do a filtering here. So let's keep the postal code as integer, or let's change it to text, do a replace content. And now what we will do is we'll scroll all the way right. Might be I'm interested in technology category, so that's what I'm interested in. So what I can do is here I can do some filtering. So I can basically choose technology. Now the easier way would be, since these are categories and there are only 3 categories, we really don't want to go and apply text filters here. But if you had something like an office supply and office inventory, then you could have done some text filters. So let's not do some text filtering here. What we can do is, I would be interested in technology, so that's the field I'm interested in. So now you are only having data which is related to technology. Okay, and you have some product names. So this is where we want to do some kind of filtering. So we can rename the field, we can select some fields. So let's, for example, let's go for any of the field which I think might have more entries here. So for example, let's go for Canon wireless or Canon image, right? So let's go for product names, and I will say let's go here. Now I could have done a transformation, but that's not what we want. We want to do some filtering. So let's go to text filter, and here I can say begins with, I can say ends with, I can say contains. So let's go for contains, and it says enter a value here. So you would want to keep the rows where the product name contains something, and it gives you some suggestion, right? So where you are seeing in some values here. So for example, if I would have selected this, then it applies the complete thing, but that's not what I want. So I will get rid of all this and I will say it contains Canon. Now I can go for advanced filtering also, okay, wherein you can select advanced and then you can give different columns and what do they contain, what kind of values you're looking for. So you can do that, but we will not go for advanced in one step. Let's go for basic and let's say okay. And now I should get all the products which are Canon, and you have different products. So this is one kind of filtering I've done. It tells me what is the category of this. It is machines, it is copiers, it is obviously belonging to the technology category. We are looking at the market which is for this particular data. When you look at the country, we are still focusing on United States and United Kingdom, that kind of data, right? So we have filtered the data, we have done some selection based on the data here, and what I can do is I can then basically rename a particular field. So I can do that. I can say I'm interested in sales, which is the data here. We can basically look into the quantity. So sales is something which we are interested in, but might be we are interested in sales which are more than a particular value. I'm not interested in lower amount of sales. I would want to look into United States and UK data, but I'm interested in sales, or I'm looking at if the discount percentage was something, or if the profit was more, right? So we can apply different kind of values here, but what we can do is with these changes, because you don't want to transform and make changes all here, you want to make the changes once the data set is uploaded. So we have selected some data, we have done some transformations. We can basically break a particular column into multiple columns if that's what we want. If we see that, we will do an aggregation based on year, or we will do a aggregation based on the country or year and order ID, right? So we can break this data into multiple columns, so we can do that. But for now, let's do a close and apply, and let's apply this. So that's going to apply all these changes. It's going to load my data. But remember, now we are having selective or selected data which gets loaded. So that should be available here. So it takes time sometimes. So you have to wait, and then you can go ahead and check here. So for example, now I'm looking in tables. Let's basically minimize this. Let's go for orders, and this is the data I have, which obviously row ID, if you see. So you have all the row IDs, and again you can do filtering here, but this is where you have already loaded the data is available, and then you can start working on the columns here. So we have this. If you closely see, we see this summation mark, and this basically means that these are my aggregated columns, or these values are measures which can be used for calculations. So we can see that we can create our own aggregations. So we can do that. We can rename the field as we have seen. We can filter out the data. So we have all the fields showing up from orders. And let's also look at the returns, which basically has the columns, the order ID, and your region. So it basically shows the region here, where was the product returned from, and we have this information. So what we are doing is, when we were doing a text filter in the previous example, remember it was case sensitive, okay? And you have to take care of, when you're doing a text filter, you have to give a field which exactly matches as it exists in the content. Now, okay, this is the data we have, and let's look at the order column, right? Now what we can do is we can do some quick transformations here, and we can basically look for more data here. So let's say we have some filtering to be done. Now I can do a filtering based on my products. So we had all these products, but now let's do a filtering on product. And then products, you have copiers, you have machines. So you have mainly two categories, right? And when you look at machines, it basically talks about your PC, uh, something. So let's look for machines, and here we have basically the copier fields which are more. So I can basically go for filtering here, and that's the data we have. So we don't want to really unselect any of these here, but what I'm doing is I'm saying text filter, and let's go into this one now, and let's say contains. Okay, so I'm saying contains, and then I can basically say let's say copier. Now that's what I'm interested in. And show rows where product name contains copier. Okay, now you can give a and condition here. So if you would want a specific copier, if you are interested in, okay, let's also say contains, and let's go for laser also, laser, and let's say okay. So you see the data gets filtered out here, and we have the sales which we are seeing here. So let's go to sales, and we will be interested in anything above 500. So let's go to sales. Let's go for number filters. Let's say greater than, and I will say, for example, 500. Oh, sorry, 500. Okay, and let's say okay. So that basically filters out the data. And then I am also interested in quantity, where I would want the quantity to be more than 1 or more than 2. So for example, so let's go in here, and you can basically choose what is the filter you want. So you can apply any number of filters. Now you have the filtering here. You can always click on the filter, and if you want, you can just do a clear filter and the filtering will be gone. So you have all the data, right? And this is the particular data we have. And here I have, say for example, product name. Now I can keep the filter because I'm interested only in these values, or I can filter out. So this tells me that when we did a and, it is basically going for laser and copier, right? So let's say for example, clear all filters, the thing is gone. What we can do is, let's go here, go for text filters, say contains, and here I will say it can be a copier, okay, or, so last time we did a and I'll do a contains laser. So let's choose this. That gives me more entries. So either the product name has copier or it has laser. It has the quantity, it has the product name, and we have all this detail here. Now what we can also do is we can do some transformation on the product ID. So for example, you have product ID or order ID. So order ID shows up as looks like the country name, the year, and then the order ID. So we can basically split it up. So I can select this, and here I have option of, let's go to home. So when you have selected this column, so you have an option of transform data here. So use the Power Query editor to connect, prepare, and transform the data. So if you really want to transform the data here, if I basically select this, if I just do a right click here, now here it just tells me, do you want a new column? Do you want to create a copy of this column? Okay, you want to create copy table. So this is your transformed data what you have. And for example, let's create a copy table, and let's come in here. So you should be able to see your copy table now. So let's go in and select this one. And what you need to do here is, creating a copy of this or copy table would not be the right option. What we can do is we can work on transforming this rather than doing it from here. So you have this option of adding a new column, going for a new measure, renaming it, right? So that's okay. But what we can do is select this particular column. Let's do a home. And first thing is, let's go to transform. So I want to transform the data. Now let's select this one, and it brings up your Power Editor again. Here we were interested in orders. So we are looking at our data here. Now if you see, my country is United States and UK, so you can confirm that. If you look at category, it is technology. Product name has copier and laser as we selected. So those things are retained. So you have not lost any changes as of now. So this order ID column what we have. Now, as I said, you can be doing a filtering. Okay, you can select this particular column, and then you have other things which can be used to transform here, like you want to change the data type, you want to use first row as header, you want to replace some values. Okay, you want to run some merge queries, you want to do some analytics, so all these options are here. Now what we can do is, while this column is selected, I can do a right click. Now there is an option called transform, which is basically going to help me in changing the data here. Okay, now I can basically duplicate the column, so I really don't want to work on this column itself, but it would be good to have a duplicate column on which we can work on. So I can do a split column here if I would want to, but let's create a duplicate column. So let's say duplicate column. Now that gives me a duplicate column, so we can rename it later. So now I will not work on my original column, but I'll work on a duplicate column. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically transform or split this. So again, do a right click. Now you have a split by, so we can say split by delimiter, or by number, or by characters, or by position, so by lowercase and uppercase. So you can do all of this. So let's go for by delimiter. Now if you see, it basically identifies the delimiter, which is hyphen or dash. Now you can go for split at leftmost identifier, leftmost delimiter, rightmost, each occurrence of delimiter, and that's what we want to do. You can look into advanced options where it says split into columns. So do you want to split that into columns? Do you want to split that into rows? Because that's more or less like doing a group by. And you can say number of columns to split into. So we have here 1, 2, 3, 4 values. So that looks good to me. And let's do, say for example, if I choose 3. So I can choose 3 and then split using special characters. So you could do that. So let's, for example, let's say okay, and let's look at the data, how it looks like. We can anytime delete the data, we can keep it the way we want, right? So what we did was we created a copy of the column, then we did a split, and what we have seen is we just have 3 columns. Now if you see, the 4th bit is gone, 4th bit doesn't show up, right? Because I just did a 3 as the resulting column. So I have the order ID. Okay, and we can check if there is already an order ID column. So we have order ID, but that has the complete order ID, year, and the relatively product ID. So you can see the customer ID. You can look at this one. So it basically has your order ID, and then let's look at the fields here. So we have the product ID, which says TECMA. I'm looking at the first one, 3700, and that has in no relation to the order ID, right? So we can make sure that there is nothing which is conflicting with our entries. Now once that is done, so we have order ID, which can be used to categorize the data. You have order ID, which is basically the year. Okay, and you have order ID, which is basically having some more value. Now I can keep this data as I want, so I can basically click on this. I can go for renaming, and I can say, let's call it order ID, and let's say IDs. So let us, in case there is a particular column and you would want to look at, so just give the name correctly. Now order IDs is fine. So here we will also rename this one. So let's call it order year, and that's going to be order year. So we can again change this to string. Okay, and here you have the order ID. So let's rename this one, and I have my, let's call order number, right? So we are seeing all the steps which we have added here. We just split the data based on the delimiter, and we have now 3 new columns which have got added. to our existing data, which was already filtered, and we have done some splitting up of data by creating a duplicate and then renaming it, right? So if you go and look at your transformations, now if I would have done a split here straight away, then my original column would be gone. But probably we want the original column, because sometimes you may want to search order ID with a consolidated information. Sometimes you may want to segregate it based on year, right? Now we have the year field or order date field here, you have the ship date, right? But then might be you want to just aggregate based on year. You don't want to really spend time in aggregating or extracting the month and day and so on. So these three columns can be useful. Now what I can also do is I can merge the columns if I want. So we have split the columns, but what I can do is I can say select, select, select. So using your control and now do a right click. So you should have an option called merge columns, right? Now this is something which is we would want to merge. So let's say merge columns, and let's say, do you want to keep a separator? So yes, I want to keep a separator, but might be this time I will give my separator is a colon, and then what is the merge column name you want to create. So let's call it something like order, okay, year, and then let's call it num, right? So sometimes renaming the fields to a name which makes more sense or based on your naming convention is good. So let's do a merge, and now what I have done is I have done merging of those columns. So I split the data, I merged the columns, and now if you see the columns which I had created, those columns are gone because you did a merge. You did a merge, and now you have the fields which are either earlier you had something which is separated by a hyphen, and here you have something which is separated by colon, right? Now anytime if you want, you can unmerge this by removing this step, right? And you can get rid of this merge column. So if for example I would do that, so I have my data back, right? I have my data back. So what we could have done is we can select this, okay, and then what we can do is like what we did earlier. So you can basically go for removing the columns, okay, you can do a merge column, okay, you can select one by one and create duplicate of those, and then you can merge them, right? So all the possible options are there. So you can, the best option would be to create a duplicate of these columns and then basically merge them as per your convenience. So might be you can say order IDs and order number is the pairing what you want, year is something which you don't want, right? Because we already have the date field. So I can basically say remove, and this one is gone. Now I will select this and this, and let's go for merge columns, and I want to give a separator which is might be without the year, and you have space, or you can go for custom like earlier we had, give a symbol, and then what do you want to call it? So let's say order specs, okay, right? So this makes more meaning because we already have the date field. So why do I want the year into my order ID? So I can always be doing a segregation now based on order specs, right? Now this is some simple transformations what we are doing here. We are seeing the data which we have, okay. Now what I can do is I can basically first apply these changes so that all my changes what I have done are applied, right? Now, once these changes are done, we can basically go ahead and save this file. So I can just say save, I can go for save as. I have different other options. So if you would want to keep performing your transformation, then you can just do this. You can add a column, you can view the data. So for now, our transformations are good enough. And what we can do is we can basically go back to home. We can do a close and apply, and we will be back to our data set, which has been modified. So we can see if the data what we have has been transformed. So we have order specs here. That's good. We did not do any filtering, or we have the filter left here, which basically tells me that there are these different fields. We have not removed them, but what we are doing is we are just applying a filter to choose copiers and laser printers. So that's what we have here, and this is good enough. Now what I can do is, once this is done, I can basically save it. So I would want to call it some kind of report if you would want to create. Okay, so let's call it as let's say second report, and here I will say country and technology specific info. Let's save it, and now basically I have saved my data. So what you can do is you can go for creating other report, or basically having this information published if that's what you want to do, if you want to go for visualization. Because right now what we are seeing is we have a lot of data here. It shows me there are these tables or data sets which we have worked on, that shows me here in the models, but there is no relationship in them. If you go into visualization, then you don't have any option, or you have not created any visualizations based on this data. But if you go here, now based on the data what we transformed, if you see, we have order specs, right? Now that's what we chose. We basically have other fields. So you have ship date, you have aggregated columns which can be used for visualizing, and we can work on this. So I can come back here, and what I would be interested in is this data set is fine, but I want to do some grouping. I want to basically have some selective data in this, and for that what I can do is let's go for ship mode. Now this is something what we have. So we are in this data field. Now we have this transform. So let's go back to transform again, and let's choose our orders. So that's the data we have. And now if you see here, this is huge amount of data. What we want is we want to group them based on the shipping mode. So here you have an option called group by. So I can select this. I can go in here. I can basically work on, okay, get rid of duplicate values, but that's not what we want to do. You want to do a group by. So as I said, you can do a group by from here, or you can choose from the transform option above and you can do a group by. So let's do a group by. Now, how do you want to group the data? So I'm saying I want to group the data here based on shipping mode, or which is the other column you want to use to do a group by. So let's go for shipping mode. And what is the new column name, right? So we want to basically find out that you want to go for ship mode, but that's not enough. I mean, I can do a ship mode and I can do a grouping by, but you want to just count the rows? No, that's not what we want to do. So let's go to advanced. So ship mode is fine. So that's your grouping, right? But then what we also want to do is we want to do a grouping based on say sales. So here, for example, let's go for sales. Okay, and what should we call this? So might be we can say shipment wise sales, whatever you would want to call. So you can basically get the operation. Do you want to really count the rows? No, we want to basically do a summing, or we want to might be find out an average price, right? So let's do a sum. Okay, and here I would want to do a summing based on, say for example, sales. So this is what I'm going to use for getting a count of the sales. Now grouping by might be we will change this. Instead of sales, we are using a ship mode. What we can also do is let's go for a segment, and that would be valid grouping. So it will take a combination of ship mode, segmenting, group the data based on that, and then get me the sales, which is basically, let's call it shipment wise sales. So it gets a sum. So let's do a okay, and that's my more relevant data which I'm looking at. So I'm looking at the ship mode, I'm looking at what is the segment, and then I'm looking at what is the total sales there. I'm looking at again the ship mode, standard, and home office. So always remember, when you are choosing multiple fields or multiple columns for grouping by, you are basically having a combination of two fields. So that has to be unique, and your grouping is done based on that. So now you're looking at the sales wise, and this is something as an important information what we have. So we have done some transformation, and what you can do is you can use other ways, like you can use pivot to get individual values from it. You can run on merge queries, which is basically running some merge queries and merge the query with another query in this workbook if you have. So you can go for this. Now I can basically go for apply and close. So just to add to the group by step, what we did was, if you see here, I have removed the group by filter, which we just did couple of minutes back. And what I have done is, instead of transforming your complete data set, you can basically create a copy of it. So for example, I can just do a copy, and then I can come here and do a paste, and I have done that, and I'm calling it order summarized, but this is my complete data. Now what we will do here is we will basically go ahead and do a grouping by, again like what we did earlier, based on your shipment, based on your segment, and based on the sales. So that's what we are looking for. So let's go for the ship mode, and we go for group by, and here you would want to go for advanced to ship mode, and this one I will go for segment. So that's fine. Now we want the new column name, so let's say shipment wise sales. So I want to do a summing, not the counting of rows, and I want to do a summation based on sales, like what we did earlier. And then you say okay, and that basically gives you the data here. Now what we have is, we have the resultant data based on the data which is coming in from here. We did the same thing just 1 minute back, but we worked on the original data set. So what I did was I created a copy, and now I'm working on this one. So I'll say close and apply, and now we are back to our desktop. So it is applying these changes where we have done some transformations, we have done some grouping by, and what we can do is, once we have the data here, we can anytime look at our data sets or tables. So this is my original one. If you see, now I have order summarized. I can just pull out this information. I basically have my returns, which we have not really touched, and we have the scientists. So we have all the 4 data sets here. Now what we can also do is, let's look into order summarized, and we just have this data here. So this is fine, and you can continue working on this. You can basically merge columns from 2 different data sets, and then you can get the merged column and you can rename it. So you can obviously do that. You can basically do a uncheck whenever you're working on these data sets. So what you can do is, if you would want to work on transforming, for example, let's go back here and say I want to do some transformation on it. So how did we do it? We just did a transform, and you can go back to transform. So you have this data here, and the data what you have, you might be interested in transforming this into something else, and then you don't want to maybe load this data. So you have this option where you are selecting orders, and then you have something called as enable load, which can be unchecked. So when you do a uncheck, what will happen is whatever changes you perform, only those changes related data set will be loaded, and they will still be available, but this will not affect your, it will not affect your original one. So for example, let's say copy, and let's go in here. I will do a paste. Let's say orders. Oh, I did a paste. I need to rename this. So let's do renaming. Let's say orders, and here I will say summarized, and I will say US. So I'm renaming it. Now let that get loaded. We can perform some transformations on it. So I have here, where's my country? So let's look for country. Yeah, and let's look for country. So here I will go for only United States. Okay, that's what I'm interested in. And then I can choose, well, I'm interested in just central US. So I can basically go for just the central US, and I can get rid of all of these. So now I should have only central US data, and this is fine. And this is the data might be we are focusing on right now for doing some visualization, might be looking at sales, might be looking at the product name. So you have the product name. Now remember, you don't see any filters here, right? Because the filters are coming from the resultant set and your transformation. So if you have any filters, you would be seeing in the top row. Now this is the data we have. Let's not restrict it to region. Region would then reduce my data, but that's good enough for us. I can just say no, I'm clearing off this filter. I'm still looking at United States, but I want to look at all the regions. Yeah, we would be interested in category, and that's anyways chosen as technology, which we had chosen when we were loading the data. We have copiers and machines, right? And we can basically keep this. Now this is fine. I can apply the changes. I can apply the changes based on this one. And what I can do is I can just say for now apply. So that's going to apply all the changes which you have done in orders or summary or the new one, right? And what I can do is now I can choose order, and I can say don't enable this in load. So it says disabling load will remove the table from the report, and any visuals that use its columns will be broken. We are not creating any visuals as of now. The table will be removed. So that's fine. And now I will say close and apply. So what happens is you are loading the data based on the changes. Okay, now you have your order summarized, you have returns, you have scientist, but you basically do not have orders anymore. So that was not loaded. So I only have this one, I only have this one, and you have returns, you have scientist, you don't have the orders column, right? Now that particular data set was not loaded at all because we did not choose that to be loaded, right? Now while I'm in this orders, which is, let's see here, and actually you can drag in, yeah. So you have order summary, and this has basically kind of data which I'm looking for, so I really don't need the orders table. So you can do it in steps, and you can aggregate this. You can have aggregated data, you can have all the data which is filtered, transformed, grouped by, and then basically just load it, and the original data set which you used, that's no more being loaded here. Now at any point of time, if I really want, I can go back to transform data, and remember, it is still here. It is still here. It's not gone, right? So you can basically select this and you can say enable load, and you will have the data back, which you can continue working on, right? So these are some quick transformations which really help us in working on the data. Now, obviously, if you have data, you want to perform some left joins, right joins, you have inner joins, outer joins, so you can always do that. You can take two different data sets. Might be I'm interested in taking the orders summarized, which talks about standard class, consumer, shipment wise sales. And here, if I look at order summary, I have other details, but the thing is we need to make sure that these have the values. These have the values. Say for example, the segment column here and the segment column here can really be used to join these two tables. So if I create a relationship or if I create a join, I can basically merge the data. So this is how you work on data. We will also see some more examples on might be modeling the data using some expressions to work on the data. So we already looked at creating a report, selecting particular fields, and then publishing the report onto your Power BI service. Now this is the report which we had created, which says state, order ID, sales, and then I also added this returned field, and that was basically by creating a relationship between order and returns, which we can also have a look in model. So this is the relationship which is created. If you just place your cursor here, it tells me that we have a relationship between order ID of returns and order ID of orders, and that basically allows me to join the data, bring it in my one report. Now this is basically your data sources you can look at, and if you click on your visualization, so that shows you your report. Now what we can also do is we can make it interesting. Now we would not want to scroll through the fields to see wherever or what was the order or what was the order ID which was returned. Now I can do a sorting, I can filter out. What I can also do is I can use this option which shows slicer here, and that basically allows me to work with this data. So we have this report here, and basically, as I said, you can click in here, it shows the data. Now what I can do is I would want to filter out information or slice the information using your returned, either being yes or having a field which has no value. How do we do that? So basically I can drag and drop the returned here as a field which comes from returns. Now that basically shows me only the value as yes, but I do know that there are some fields which are blank. Now how do I add filter to this? So I can click on this one, and then I can click on slicer. Now once that does, so it basically pulls out all the different values. So you have either yes or you have the blank field for returned. So what we can do is we can select yes. You will see only the orders and their IDs and sales where the products were returned. So that gives me 108,118, and I can select blank. So that will basically get me all the orders or products which were not returned. Now this is a simple way wherein I can add a filter to, or a slicer to my report, to basically give viewers a choice of selecting different fields. And you can add any number of slicers. You can basically say I would want particular kind of information. So for example, if I go into orders, and we know we have the state. Now I do have the state information here, and basically I can, if I would be interested, I could filter this out in my report itself. I can sort it, I can look it in a different order. What I can also do is, how about bringing in state here and basically dragging it here. So that gives me the state option. It is giving me a visual, which is basically giving me a geographic location of all these points. So yes, that can be good. What I can also do is I can keep this, which basically shows me the state map. Might be it can be useful. You can zoom in, you can zoom out, you can look at specific information here, you can drag and drop here. So that's fine. What I can also do is I can again take the state and bring it here, and that basically can be, instead of my map, I can go for slicer. So that gives me all the values here, and which basically allows users to choose the fields or the states which you would be interested in looking at. So for example, if somebody is interested in looking at the data for Georgia, just select this one, and you see the map automatically shows you where in the map that's the place, and it shows me all the sales for Georgia state. Now I can also basically select yes, and that shows me which were the orders which were basically returned. So that gives me a quick overview of state-wise, what is the geographical location, if the orders were returned, or maybe I can just click on blank and it shows me the non-returned orders. I can again go here and uncheck the Georgia option, and that shows me all the states. Now once you have done this, this looks like a comprehensive report which can be useful for the viewers, for your management team, and so on. So we can just do a save, and that basically is saving my report. So I have this report. Now what if I publish this report? So I can just do a publish, and when I publish, it says okay, workspace. So let's say select, and then it says replacing this data set may impact two reports. You already have a data set named by this one. View the impact. I would say replace, or I will say view impact. So that basically takes me to the Power BI service, because sometimes we may have some reports which we have already uploaded, and updating an existing report might basically affect my existing report. So it basically shows me the impact analysis. It shows me one workspace. There are two reports. They have not been added to dashboard, but these are the ones which will get modified. So let's, for example, as of now, go ahead here and let's look into my Power BI. So go back to your desktop, and I'll say no, I don't want to replace. So click on cancel. So I do not want to publish it. What might be, what I can do is I can try saving it as a different report. So let's say save as, and now I will basically say additional filters. Okay, let's save it. So now you see the name on the top changes to additional filters, and now it's saved to publish this. And now I can go ahead and publish it. Select your workspace, and basically it says this is the report being published with our additional filters, with a map which gives a geographical area showing us the information. And then basically what I can do is, once it is done, I can look into my Power BI service like we did earlier. You can do a filtering. We can basically query this data. We can share it with other users who might be interested in looking at this particular data. Now this says it is done. So it says get quick insights, and might be it's a good an option to look into what kind of insights it gives you. So click on that. See the beauty of Power BI, where it tries to search for any kind of insights which it can gather from the kind of report which you have built. Now once the insights are ready, it will let you know. What we can also do is we can come in here, click on view data set. So you see now it shows your additional filters, and here you have option where it should be showing your report. So let's say view, and view is fine. So, and if it doesn't show up, sometimes it might be taking time for refreshing. So you can always go here and then you can click on your report, and that should get populated. So this is the report. These are the filters which I have. Gives me an option of choosing all the states, and basically allows me to edit the report and look at all the information here. Meanwhile, we can see here it is still trying to gather some insights from the data. And now you see there are some insights here. So it says sales, which is coming up, and a subset of your data was analyzed and the following insights were found. So you're looking at sales by ship mode. So it says standard class, second class, first class, and same day. So there were different shipping modes in our data, and that's what it shows me: the sales, which one had the majority. It shows me the profit, so which city or state had more profit. So New York City has noticeable more profits here. Average by shipping cost, by subcategories. So there are these different subcategories which we can look at, such as copiers and machines have noticeably more shipping cost. Profit by product name, and you can basically look at the row ID and quantity. So this is where you're looking at a regression analysis. You're looking at row ID and quantity. So there is a correlation between row ID and quantity. So these are two different variables or fields which are related. You're looking row ID by category, row ID. So it says California has noticeably more row IDs. Sales, your profit, count of region, and count of returns. So there is a correlation again between two different variables. Average of shipping cost. Now we would have taken a lot of time building all these visualizations, but Power BI has already helped you in gathering all these insights, and then you can basically select which one of these is what you're interested in. You can focus and look for more information based on all the fields. It has given you good amount of insights which will help anyone who is looking at this particular report. So that's your quick insights here, and we have this information. Now once you have this information, this is basically where you have your focus mode. So it says subset of your data was analyzed, following insights were found. You can basically say download, and here you have other options which allow you to work with your Power BI. So let's look at this one. So this is where we have our report, and we can continue exploring it more. One more interesting feature which Power BI has, other than having your insights ready to use, which is basically in your workspace, and you can basically use these insights. What we are looking at, various options here, and basically you have this option where it says spin the visual. If you are interested in a particular insight, you can always pin it, which you can always go back and look into. What you can also do is you can also click on edit report here. Now that's a report which has already been published to your Power BI service, not yet shared, but that can be shared or that can be subscribed. Now once you click on edit report, it has option of reading view, mobile layout. You have basically an option which says basically options for navigating through the data set. You can go for how visuals on the canvas interact with each other. You have all these options, and one of the good options is ask a question. So you can always click on ask a question, and that basically says some suggestions. Now you can open this and it says, okay, ask a question about your data. Try one of these to get started. What is the average sale? Sort orders by order date. Sort orders by product ID. How many ship modes are there? Compare quantity and discount. So do not worry that your report has only 4 fields. So it has state, order ID, sales, and returned with some filters. But what about you looking at how many ship modes are there? So it is already looking at your data. So if you click on this one here, and you can see what are the different fields what we have, and you have ship date and ship mode. So this is one of the fields which it is showing you to ask a question. Now what you can do is you can say how many ship modes are there. Let's click on that. Let's ask this question. It says 4 ship modes. And do you want to add this to report? Yes, you can. You can let it be as it is. So you can basically keep this question here. And here you have an option. The visual is showing number of ship modes. When you place your cursor here, if you see here, turn this Q&A result into a standard visual. And let's do that. And basically it is saying number of ship modes. Right? So now that's the power of your Power BI, which has basically allowed you to ask a question and quickly add a visual to your report. Now what we can do is we can basically save this, or you can say save as and give a different name. So might be I'll just say save because I would want to have this information and the report is saved. So in this way, you can basically not only create smart visuals, you can not only relate different data sources using data models or relationships, you can add maps, you can add filters, you can add quick questions. You can basically just go here and say, for example, you would want to ask a different question. Now we see the fields here. How about looking at the shipping cost, right? So here I can say, what is the highest shipping cost? And that shows me some suggestions. Let's select that, and that shows me the value, which is great. And I can keep it as it is. I can basically convert this to a visual. I may want to keep the question because might be this question was asked and you would want to see the result here. Might be you can move this somewhere here, and that gives me some kind of question which was asked, and we can do a save. And that's my report, which has been saved in my BI service. The data set is still there. You can basically go ahead and share this. Now, when we talk about data modeling, one of the things which we are importantly talking about is the relationships. Now, when you talk about your relational database world, in simple terms, what we can understand is that you normally, when you talk about data modeling, you have a facts table and you have a dimension table. So let's quickly understand what you mean by your fact table, or what we talk about table which has measures or which can be your calculated values. And then you also have your dimension tables which are holding your data. So for example, you have a dimension table. Now we can understand that with simple examples. So this dimension table might have, say, 5 columns. Let's take a simple example. So let's say we have a customer ID, we have the name, we have the location of the customer, what products the customer bought, and the country of the customer. So here you can say the customer ID, that would be the primary key column, which is basically uniquely identifies the data here. And this is what I'm talking about as a dimension table. Now I can have then specific data for product table. So that would basically have more information or specific information about different products. So here we have the products which are in the customer table, which basically talks about what are the products the customer bought. And here I can basically have a product ID. So that's the primary key column for this table. And then you have your product description, which is basically the product name. And then you can say the product quality, high quality, low quality, and probably the price of the product. So this is one more dimension table. Now you could have another dimension tables which could have a link to this table. So when we talk about your schema, and if we want to understand data modeling, so there is what we call as your snowflake schema and your star schema. So when I say star schema, in simple words, it could be understood that you could have multiple dimension tables in this way. And then you have a facts table, which basically has information. So I could say there is a customer ID here, you have your product ID here, might be you have something else which talks about location ID. If you have a specific table for the location which is based on country, so you have location ID and then the country name. If that's one table, so you have location ID, and then you can have some measures or columns which are nothing but calculated values. So when I say calculated values, might be it is quantity, might be it is tax amount, and so on. So you have basically relationships. So this is your primary key, and you have one relationship here. You have product ID, you have one relationship here, you have location ID, you have one relationship here, and probably this one also relates to a particular column which has a relation. So this becomes your fact table, and these are your dimension tables, and that's what we mean by your star schema in simple terms, where you have a direct relationship between the dimension tables, which basically contain the data, and your facts table, which contains the measures. Now, dimension data can have a lot of values which could be unique or could be duplicates. Now, that could again have your facts table could have repeated values. So you could have product ID and location ID and same product and location ID, but might be that belongs to a different customer ID, so you can have different entries. So that's your star schema. Now if you talk about the other kind of schema, then that is your snowflake. And snowflake basically means that you have another dimension table, but that is not having a direct connection with fact table. So for example, here I'm talking about products, and then this particular product is related to a product subcategory. So might be I have one more column here which talks about subcategory of the products, and here you have the table which has subcategory ID, and then you have basically details of that particular product. Might be it is a luxury product, might be it is a consumer product, or whatever it is. So always when you have the main key, so these becomes your primary key, and here you are talking about your foreign key concept. Or say for example, you have these as your foreign keys because this one or your product ID is basically your primary key. So you could have these columns which can be taken. So if you have, in simple terms, either you have a star schema or you have a snowflake schema, wherein your dimension tables are then connected to other dimension tables, but some dimension tables have no connection between fact and dimension. So if you are pulling out information which is about a product and a subcategory of that, then you would have to connect your fact table with dimension table. So this is in short brief about your data modeling, which we need to understand when we are defining relationships. Now we can have our data sets which can be coming in from different sources. We may want to connect them so that we can access the data from both of them, and then we can basically have a consolidated information. So what we can do here is, let's look at an example. So other than our regular data, let's load some interesting data. Now here I have a scenario where I was using a different tool, but then we are investigating or we are doing some threat hunting. Now you have the data which comes in from different sources. So let me just show you that. So for example, if I look into the data here, and this data set or these set of data sets, I'll show you the GitHub link from where you can download all this data set. You have to just go ahead and type, say, bot sv1 data set, and you have basically the full data set which can be downloaded, which is huge, or you have the attack only data set. Now this has basically your Windows event logs, it has firewall related events, it has DNS or HTTP, and you have other data here. So this data can also be used to basically join your different data sets and create a relationship, because what we know is the data might be coming in from different sources, but then it has certain fields which have a connectivity between them. So we can use one such data set or couple of data sets. So if you would want to download this, you can directly download these attack only data sets, or what you can do is all these source files are available as JSON or also as CSV source type. That's where I got the data from. So you can use this. So for example, if we have the data coming in here, and say I have data coming in from firewall, that is FortiGate, you have data coming in from HTTP stream or HTTP DNS, you have Windows event log, and we can take up these data sets and see how we can basically use them. Now say for example you are searching for the HTTP data, and then you would want to find out how many source IPs are there or how many destination IPs are there, and then what kind of information it contains. So let's start with some data set here. So for example, let's say get data. I will use Excel. I will get into the data types. I can choose all files, and let's go for the first one just to play around with this one. Let's see what does this contain. Now this is a huge data set. FortiGate event, that's mainly for firewall related data. So let's open this. Now obviously the data is huge. It shows whatever we have based on first 200 rows, which we see there is a serial number, there is a time, source, what is the protocol which was used, what's the source type, you have host, you have index, you have Splunk server, and then you have the raw events which are all in one column, which obviously we can split and create different columns based on our requirement. So before we do a load of this data, let's go for transformation, which brings our Power Query editor. Now we have the serial number. Are we really interested in this? So I would say probably not. So I will just go ahead and remove this column. So time is fine. You have time, which can be then split as per time zone. You have source type, which we know it is coming from FortiGate event. I can keep that just in case I would later want the information to be understood. I have host, I have index. Now this is where the data is coming from, and I don't need this. So Splunk server, let me get rid of this. And then I have the raw data, which we have seen earlier, but let's go ahead and split this, because if you just double click on one value, it tells me that it talks about the time, it talks about an IP address, it says date, it has a device name, device ID, login ID, type. So it basically gives me subtype, it has user statistics and all this. So let's play around with this one and let's break this or split this. So what I can do here is I can go ahead and select this, and I can choose split, and I can go by delimiter. Now delimiter can be chosen, and I see that there is space as a delimiter, and I calculated, if I look at the event, I can divide that into 9 different columns. But rather than going by delimiter, I'll go by positions, and it basically says these are the positions. You can anyways change the number. So it says something at 16th position and then 30th position and so on. So you can do that. You can just say, okay, now what does that do? it has basically replaced my data with different columns. Now that's based on the positions. So then we can basically transform it in a better way. So for example, I have these two which says August and 5th, but let's see if we have any date field here which says it talks about August 5th, it talks about the time. So what I can do is I can actually get rid of this one. So I can say, let's choose this, and let's go ahead and remove these columns. So that's gone. So you have time, you have IP addresses, and let's basically look at this. So I have this time, I have the date, and then I have time again. So let's select this and this. And what I have noticed, or I have seen already, that the time what you have here and the time what you see here as the event time is the same. So let me go ahead and remove these columns too. So that's also gone. Now we have the date as the column. So I can remove this one. And what I can do is this one I can rename as date. So let's choose this. Let's give it a name. Let's call it date. And that's your date. Now this one is your time. So let's change this to time. And we can make it time. So that's done. Now here I have the IP address. So for example, let's just rename this and let's call it IP address. So that's also done. Now let's see what else we have. So we have a host IP here, and then we had an IP which shows up. So I do have this, and basically these values should be same. So what I can do is I can in fact get rid of this one also, remove this. So date is fine, time is fine, you have host. Now these are your device names. So let's basically give a name to this column. So I can say rename. I will call it device name, and that's fine. What we will also do is it will be easier to check. So we can replace this. So I can say replace values, and let's give this pattern. So I'll say device name equals, and I want to just remove that. So let's say okay, and your device name is gone. Similarly, you have device ID. Let's do the same thing. So first let's rename it to device ID. So that's my device ID. And here I will replace this. So I will say replace values. And let's say device ID equals has to be replaced or should be gone. So that's also done. Now you have your login ID. So let's get rid of this column. So I will remove this, and then here I think it should be log ID or login ID. So let's rename this and let's call it log ID. So that's also done. Now we can change this data types. So we have some raw event here which says type is event, subtype is system. So we can split this again. So let's take this, let's do a split, and let's call it by say delimiter. So I can basically split it with delimiter, and that's going to create 4 columns if we use equals. Or I can go for position. For example, let's go in here and let's try doing a split, and this time let's go for position, and here it gives me some positions. So let's say okay. So it's giving me some error, please enter a value. So let's say 4, 5, 9, 10. Let's say 10, and let's say 11, and then you have a space. So let me just choose this and check how it works. So you have your subsystem type, which is fine, but then I lose my event. So I don't want to lose anything. So let me cancel this. Okay. And we have the data here. Let's say type is event, system is subsystem, and I can basically have the information here. But then let's go ahead and ignore this because this one would not be really used in my search. So I can in fact remove this, or I could have said type and it will have event, subtype will be system, but that's going to remain same. So let me remove this column. Now again I have raw format, which talks about level, what kind of information it is it information, is it notice, you have root ID, you have log description, you have interface. So let's go ahead and split this one. So let's do a split. Let's go by positions, and we have the positions here. So let's, for example, take position of the characters here. So for example, the first one could be you have 5 and 6, 18. So let's say 18, and then let's go for other values. So that's again your, let's go for say 28, and then we have 28 and 7, 35, 36, 36 and 5, 41, 42, and you have 4, 46, around 52. So let's go for 52. So what I did was the last column which we had, which we were splitting by position. So we can basically split based on positions or the number of characters, but then sometimes in one bit of information you might have indefinite number of characters. So choosing the splitting based on characters or positions might be inappropriate. What we can do is we can do a splitting, and I can go for delimiter, and this time in custom I will, instead of custom, I'll go for space, which should basically consider every space as the delimiter. It automatically identifies the maximum number of columns which will be created is 13. We can anyways get rid or delete some of those which we don't need. So let's say okay, and it has done the splitting. So now you have all this as level. So let me rename this. So you have to work with transforming your data before that can be loaded in the way you want. So let this be level, and let's also replace this like we did earlier with level equals, and then replace it. So that becomes your information or notice. Now this is your VD, which is related to your login. So for example, let's keep this. So I will rename this to VD, and then we can basically replace all the values here. So let's call it VD equals, and then replace it with nothing. So that gives me the root user. I also have the description here, which tells me where is this information coming from. So let's rename this to log description. And then once that is done, we will also replace the values. So I'll say replace, and I will go for log description equals, replaced with nothing. So that gives me log description. Here we have interface or action. So this is what we have, which basically has some values. Now if I go into the filter, it tells me, it talks about the count, or it talks about the interface, or it talks about status. So there are various fields. Now we could keep it as it is, and we know that there is this delimiter. So let's just call it type, and that's enough. So now you have the total, which talks about the count or CPU. So we have messages, right? How many times it was used, what kind of statistics it is, right? And we have a lot of information here which we can use, and we can filter this, but it depends on what kind of information I'm looking from this particular data set. I'm really going for something like totaling or something like CPU count. So you always have these filters which tells me, okay, if you're looking for what kind of messages you have, what kind of information you have. So let us have that as it is. This one talks about your action, or it talks about your message, and so on. So I would not need this. So let me remove this one. Then I have message, which talks about statistics. It talks about total sessions. So either I can focus on the message, or I can look at how many sessions were there. So that's something which we can look at, and we can do a filter. So for example, I can say text filters, and let's say begins with, and let's say either you have message begins with, we can choose one of these. So either I could say total session, or I could keep message, or I could keep IPs. So I can have specific kind of data. So let's say, yeah, so let's do one thing. First we will do some filtering here. So first I will say replace the values, and I can basically keep it as message, total sessions, and IP address. These are the three things I would be interested in, and rest of the things can be taken off. So what I will do is here I will say unselect all, then I will go for action is login, action is logout. I can look for the IP values, I can look at message values, and then you have your total sessions. So if you are really looking for a count of total sessions, or we could have split this data, filtered it out, and created different columns out of it. So let's go for, because message we already have, so let's go for total sessions. So here I will basically say I'm only interested in begins with, and let's say total session, and I will just say I'm interested in total session values. Let's filter it, so that gives me total sessions. And if you see here, it might affect the kind of information what you are collecting if you are using this particular filter. So let's keep it dynamic. Let's clear the filter. Now I do have information about your disk, your bandwidth, not interested, your setup rate. So let's take this, let's take this, let's take this, let's take disk log rate. I will remove these columns. Then I have my other information, message performance statistics, not interested, remove these columns. So I have my list of columns. Now we do see that the user is root here in most cases. So VD, and what we can do is we can remove this, because if it's all column values or common values, we don't need it. Log ID, it's not relevant. And I have filtered out my data which has date, which has time, device name, device ID, IP address, what is the source type. So this is, we will keep this, which can be useful. And now we have our timestamp here, which basically has the data, but we have date and time, which is given here. So we can either keep one of these, or I can keep the time column, so that I can sort it out based on time or based it on dates. So let's choose this and this, which is 6:28. This is in a different time zone, so let me get rid of this one. So I'll say remove. Now that's basically the data which I have, looks good, which we can use. So I will say close and apply, and that's applying my changes. Now this is one simple data set which we took from firewall, and which has particular fields. So you see there is a date field. Now date field is basically, you can look at the date hierarchy. You have year, quarter, month, day, and you can choose, work on it. So you have some raw fields, and we can rename those. So we will see that. So we have data which is getting loaded, and that's your CPU which we had. We have the total sessions which we are seeing here. Okay, and we have some systematic information. Let's also go back here, home, and what I can do is I can go into transform, just a quick run through the data. So we have the IPs, host, log description. Now these are my raw fields which talk about the type, which talk about the total, and which talk about the messages. So let's give them some name rather than keeping, so we can call them, this is type. Let's rename this and let's call it type 1 info. Let's call this one type 2 info. And then let's call this one type 3 info. I removed the column, sorry. Yeah, so type 2 info, and then you have type 3 info. Type 3 info. And so you see we had some raw data or data coming in from logs, but we have transformed it. Let me just do a close and apply. And that's my one data set which we have, which will have these fields. If you see the names, right? And it shows me the kind of information we have. Now, depending on the filters, so you have these different filters. I can select all and it shows me all the information. I can unselect these and I can say, okay, I'm interested in looking at the information where IP is 250, and let's select that. And basically then it gives me the kind of log description messages, what is the type of info. And again, in this, I have just interface information. In this, I'm seeing DHCP message, right? So I can remove the filter, but then my filter works perfectly fine. So this is the data I have, and we are good to go with this one. So I can basically save this if this is what I'm interested in. Let's call it something. So let's say FortiGate event report, save it. And that's basically the report which I have saved with this information, although we have not done any kind of visualization on this. So this is good. Now let's take a stream HTTP data and work on it. And we can see how we can connect these. So for example, let's go in here. So let's select all files. So we took this data. Now we have a traffic data. It would be interesting if you would want to look at the data before, because then you would know what data can be collected. So if we look at this data, which is in a CSV format, looking in Excel, so it's trying to read that. And then we will see what are the fields which we can use to map different information. So you might have some firewall information about an IP. You might have the traffic information. You might have the DNS information. You might have the attack or the malware information. And all that information can be joined together by we creating a model which can have a relationships, and then basically create visualization which relates to the data coming in from different data sets. So you could do a join. You can have multiple data sets and you can go for a left join, right join. You can merge different data sets. You can do that, but data modeling does make your work easier, where you can have your facts and dimension tables. You can basically have more meaning to it. So it says file not loaded completely. That's okay. We will filter this. Now, if you see here, this also has a host information. It has time, and it basically talks about server. And then you have your raw data, which basically is your timestamp, device ID, what we were seeing, and then you have your login ID like we had in previous example, right? And then this is basically the traffic information. So if I basically take one such field here, I could see what is the kind of information it contains. It gives me the traffic information, what is the source protocol, right? So this is my one event which I'm looking at. It tells me what was the transaction IP, what was the transport port, what was the service which was used, is what it was a Microsoft portal which was being used, what was the application risk, what was detected, how many bytes were sent, how many bytes were received, right? So this is basically giving me some traffic information. Now we might be able to use this if I really want to see from one particular source IP. If you look at the source IP here and to the destination IP, how many bytes or how many packets were sent, and that might be something which we want to query or visualize and find out if there is basically huge amount of data flowing out or flowing in. So we can take this data. So looks interesting. So let's not save it, and I will go ahead here, and what I will do is, this is my one data set. So let's go in home, let's go to get data, Excel, let's go in here. I'm looking at all files, look at the traffic data, open. Obviously that's huge data, so we want to transform this. We can even limit the number of rows or select particular IPs which we would want to look at. So as we did last time, let's remove the serial number, not needed. Time, we will have in other fields, so let's get rid of that. Source is fine, source type is fine, host is fine, index not needed, your server not needed. You have the raw data which has to be basically split, and this is the data which we have. Now we can select certain important fields here. So let's go ahead and do a split, and let's go for positions. And if you see, it identifies the position. It basically knows that there are these positions, the values are at these positions, which we can then merge. Or say, for example, I could have gone simply by space. So if I say, let's go in by split columns, by delimiter, let's choose space as the delimiter. Let's say OK. And that basically gives me columns. So let's go in for this one, August, this one. So we will see if we have any time field. So we don't have any time field as of now. This is what we have. We have date, we have time, which can be merged together if we are interested in. So what I can do is I can remove these columns, right? So it becomes so easy with Power BI, where you're working with bigger data sets, although the data is in structured format. But even if it is not, you can use all these things to basically split the data. Now here we have some timing. So let's get rid of this one. Let's remove this one. So there is repeated information. You have host and this one. Let's remove this, because all the information in a raw format is stored in one particular column. So you have date and time. So we can keep the date and time together. We can concatenate it. We can basically merge it and make it one. So let's say first, let me replace this. So I will basically go ahead and rename, or let's say replace, and I'm going to replace all the date equals with nothing. So that purely gives me the date, and this one is time. So let's replace everything with time. So time equals, and then replace it with nothing. And then I choose this, and I do a merge, and let's call it separator. Let it be, I can give a colon, or I can give a comma, or I can give a space. Space looks good. Let's call it date and time, or let's just say date. So that's my data, looks good. So you have device name, you have your device ID like what we had. So we don't need this one, which we deleted. So let's get rid of that. So type, you can always see how many values you have. So if it is type is traffic, let it be. So let's quickly replace this one with device name, and then basically go ahead and, oh, I did a remove, but not to worry. I can just cancel this and I have it back. So now I can replace the values here, and let's say device name is replaced with just the name. Similarly, this is device ID. So let's do that device ID, and We will still do a replacing here. So I will say replace all the values, and device ID equals is replaced with the actual value. Type is traffic, let that be. It's a type of information which might be useful for us. So let's go ahead and rename this, and let's call it type 1 info. And here I will replace all the values of type equals. There should be multiple other simpler ways of doing it. You can transform the data using a programming language. You can do that. So this tells me there are some subtypes which are about, because we are talking about the traffic data, so it says subtype, which is forward or local. Now that depends on what kind of information you're searching for, but let's keep this. So I will rename this. I will call it subtype. Might be we can take this and keep it in a different column or different table altogether. So we can do that. So subtype, and let's say replace the values here. Subtype equals is replaced with just the value. Then you have the level. You can see what kind of levels you have. It just says notice. That's the only one value. So let's get rid of this one. Let's get rid of this one. Now you have the source IP. You have the source port, which can be very useful information. So let's rename this and let's call it source IP. Go ahead and replace the values here. So let's say replace, and I'm going to say source IP equals is replaced with everything. So that's gone. And now you have your source ports, which could also be important. So let's go ahead and rename this. Let's call it source port, and let's replace the values. Source port equals, and that's basically gone. Now we can go further. We can look at the source and what is this kind of information. So here it tells it's a source, internal source port, what we are seeing, and we have some internal or some other information. So there might be various other messages, but all of these refers to the same key and value. So let's rename this. We'll see how we can use all of this information. So I'll call it int f, and then I'm going to replace this. Source intf equals is replaced because we have given the column name. Now you have the destination IP and destination port, very important information. So let's go ahead and rename this. Let's call it destination IP, which might be just meaning IP in some other data set. So let's do a destination IP. Let's replace the values now with DST IP equals is gone. And the same thing here, DST port, that's the name, and then replace. I could have done that easily in Excel also, but then it's good to view the data and then make the changes here. So destination port, and then you have your this one. So it basically has some values. Might be we don't need this. So let me remove this column, and I will remove this column also. I don't need it. So till I have my source IPs and port, destination IP and port, which we can even merge with a particular column. But let's keep it separate in case we would want to pull out the information. Then you have your raw information, which says session IDs and all that. So let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. And anytime you can basically see what kind of information it has. So it has some session IDs. We are looking at the bytes going in and out. So let's remove these columns. That's gone. You have policy ID, okay, and action. So let's keep these. So this one basically has either your policy ID or destination country information. And what has happened is, based on the position, sometimes you see the destination ID or country either in this field or in this field, right? So you have destination country, source country, destination country, and source country. So this information, what we are seeing here, is something which has split based on the positions what we have. So we have position ID which has action. So let's look at these. So we have, so we have action, we have policy ID, destination country, source country, and then you have these fields. So what we will have to do is, if we have to extract the values and create this as a new column. So for example, I had this, and I could basically say duplicate columns, and then I can basically say one can just have my policy ID values, one can have my destination ID values. So it depends on the kind of information we are looking at. We don't want to lose any particular data here, but let's see. So we have action. Let me do one thing. Let's say action. Let's say raw 2324, destination, source country. So you have a service which tells you about what kind of service was used, what was the duration. You have to just make sure that you don't have any fields which are being missed because of the data what we have. So, well, we have the actions, policy ID, destination country, source country, what kind of transport was used, what kind of service was used. And this is where it gets challenging because you have lots and lots of fields. So if you see here, all these fields are nulls. So first, let's take this, let's take this. So you have fields where there might be data down the line. I mean, it does not mean that all these fields. So you see here, there is some data in the underlying rows. But it depends on what is the information we are looking for. So for now, I will just choose this. We can do a lot of work here, but let's not get into everything. Let's do a remove. Let's just see step by step the critical ones. And let's go all the way here. Let's do a remove. We don't need this data. So here we have your application category, your collaboration, your app risk. Now this could be useful. So let's do one thing. Let's keep this, this, because remember we have a text filter which can be used to filter out the data. So I can basically choose these fields as one. Transport. Let's keep this one and we will test it. So we have these fields. Let's take this last one, and let's do a merge column. Okay, and I will basically say let the delimiter be either comma, which could be useful. So let's go for comma and let's call this info. So that's my data which has been split. Now say for example, if I would want to filter out some values, I do have something like this, and I could basically go for text filter. I can say contains, and let's go for something like United. And now you will see wherever your values are United States, that shows up, but you can be more specific in saying I want the destination country. So I can basically say clear the filter. Let's go in here. Let's go for text filters. Let's say contains, and let's say destination country equals, and let's say United. Let's just search for this particular pattern. And now you will see you have only the destination country being United States, right? So that basically allows you to filter out the data. For now, I can clear the filter. So looks good. We have some useful data, and this is your traffic related data, what we have. So let's basically close and apply. And depending on the size of the data set, you can have it taking some time. So we could filter out, we could have said, okay, I'm not interested in anything which goes after or before August 19th, because this is, I think, data coming in from 2016, 2017, and we can choose the year. So, but let it get loaded. We can anyways do a transformation and we can check for information. But this is how you are basically creating data sets which has different fields. Now we can then change the data type, as I explained. We can transform this data. We can basically relate these data sets and extract information out of it. We can create visualizations out of it. And let's see what is the size of this data. So it tells me we have, oh, that's a huge data set. Let's say, if you see, that's almost 4 gigabytes. So 88, yeah. So it's a 4 gigabytes data set. Might be we have to cancel this, and there are some pending changes, but let's reduce it. So what I'll do is I'll go for transformation, and I'll do a transform. And we have these different filters, but let's go for the date field, which talks about something, and it tells me 2016, right? So we can select this, and what I can do is I can do a transform by year, and let's say I'm saying year doesn't look good. So that's only giving me, how many values do I have? I have only 2016. So let's do a load more to see if there are many other values. Nothing specific. So let's go ahead and remove this. Okay, so I would be interested in, it's all August 8th, but then might be I can pick up a date which is going to reduce the data. So we have 8, 1, 2, how many entries we have? We have, say for example, 24th, and I know that there is some problem in 23 onwards. So let's choose from 820 onwards. So I'm going to unselect all, and then I'm going to say let's go for 820, 21, 22, 23, 24, 28, and anything before that. Well, let's take 29. Let's do a load more to check if we are missing on any dates. No. So let's go for select all. Right now you could go here and you can say date filters, and you can basically say the month or the day, right? So is not latest, you can choose is earliest, in the next, in the previous, before, after. So if I go for after, now it tells me you need to choose a particular date. So I could straight away say let's choose anything which goes after 8/19, right? And now you have 28. So that's basically selecting some data. So we can then also say if we want data for particular subset. So for example, let's choose this now. Let's say close and apply. It should substantially reduce the data. Now if you see here, since I'm doing a close and apply, it's trying to load both the data sets which we have, and that might again take time. So you have to choose once you have transformed, if the data set which remains in your query editor, if that should be loaded when you are loading the other data sets. Sometimes if you're working on multiple data sets, that might be a bigger problem. So let's give it some time and we will check once the data is loaded. So both the data sets have been loaded now, and if you look into the FGT FortiGate event data, so that basically has my dates, and we can check that it has everything beyond 20 as we chose. And let's look at the traffic data. So if I look at the traffic data, now this one basically has dates which are even before 20. So it is trying to load the columns and it has all the dates. And what we will do is we'll try to sync the data and we will keep it beyond 820 like what we had in the previous data set. So let's have this one selected and let's go in here and I will say transform, and I will go for transforming the data again, which I forgot to do earlier. Or we can just reduce the data because the data sets might be huge, and once you have prepared your model and if you have a bigger system, then you can go for loading all the data. So we have the time and date field here, and then we have other fields which we are looking at, but this one basically has time which shows up everything. We can again merge this as date and time like what we have in our traffic data. So let's quickly check in traffic data. We have date and time. So let's go in here and we have the date and time. So let me just bring it here and then we can basically first merge them. So I have the date and time, but we are interested only in data which is after or from 20 onwards. So first let me basically apply a filter here. So we can go for date filter. I can say after, that's an easier way. Let's go in and select from 20, or let's say, let's go in here and this shows me 19. Let's choose 19 and let's go for okay. That should basically now give me only data which is 20 and beyond. And now let's select date and time and let's merge this with a space in between. So let's call separator as space and let's call it date. Let's say okay, and that's merged. So we have the time here which is 11:58 and rest of the fields. So that looks good to me. And now let's do a close and apply. But remember, I'm working on event data and traffic data was already loaded and it is a bigger data set. So I can select this. I can say enable load again. So do a continue. And now let's select this where we really made the changes. Let's do a close and apply. And that's done because this was not a bigger data set. And now we can quickly check. So in the date fields, we are looking at the event data. So you have everything starting beyond 820. So anything before 820 is gone. And that's fine with us. And what we need is the traffic data also. So let's go back because that was not loaded, but we really need that. So let's go in home. Let's go to the transform. Let's choose this. It was not loaded. And let's enable load. So let's check. Yes, this is fine. And let's go ahead and basically close and apply. So now it's only going to get me the traffic data. So earlier we had the event data that was already loaded. So you can select data sets step by step and then load them. So in that case, it can be faster. You can reduce the time, how much it takes. Now, obviously, once you have filtered out all the data which you are interested in, and that is already loaded, then we can basically create a data model which can join these data sets based on device name, based on device ID, based on IPs, and we can create a link between these. So now that the data has been loaded for these two kind of sources, we can basically look into the fields what these have. So you have device ID, device name, destination IP, destination port, and similarly you have the events here which has device ID, device name. So we can basically get rid of some columns, or some columns we can keep them with the same naming conventions. So this one basically has a date.1 field which we can change, and here we have date. So let's look at this one, and I'm looking at the date field here which basically says date.1, which doesn't look good. So let's rename this. Let's call it date. And remember, this is a bigger file based on the time or the date or any other filtering criteria which we have chosen. So either you reduce the amount of date so that you can break it down and your processing can be faster, or when you would be using, say, Microsoft BI, that would be working on a powerful machine which could store it. Now, once this is done, what we also would want to do is we would want to work on loading one more data set. So this is firewall data, and I would be also interested in HTTP data, which also gives me information of the HTTP different methods, such as you have post, you have request, and so on. So we can do that. Now this date column looks good. You have type 1, type 2, type informations. You have device name, which says dev name, dev ID. So that looks good to me. And let's go in here. Let's look into this one. So you have dev name, dev ID. So those names are fine. You have your destination IP, destination port. You have the host name. You have the info. You have source and source type. So let's look at the traffic data. And this is where we have your source IPs, your source port, destination IP, which looks like a DNS server, and you have your host IP. So you can see what other information you have. So if I just scroll this, I have source and source type, which is showing up right here in the beginning. And if you compare this one, so this also has a source and source type, which basically uniquely identifies where the data is coming in from. And obviously we can arrange the columns in the way they look. The order of those we can merge and manage them. So this looks good. Now let's go in here. Let's go to get data. Let's go to Excel. Let's choose one more file, and I would be interested in HTTP. I can look into this WinEvent log, which looks like a 1 gigabyte file. This one looks like a smaller 28 megabytes file. So let's take this one, and that's getting loaded here. We would want to transform this data. Okay, so let's get rid of serial. Let's filter that out. Now we can see there is this time field which is here, but we can split that out. So let the time be, let's not take this one, let's remove this. So stream, source, host, index, we don't need. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of Splunk server. Now let's look at host information, and that basically gives me a similar kind of server name. So let's not even use this one. Now comes our raw field. If you double click on one of these, it shows me a lot of information here. and it is in the form of you have your data is separated by comma here, so we can basically choose comma as the delimiter, splitting the data, and then you can have consolidated information. So let's go ahead, this one, let's do a split column. Let's go by delimiter, and I'm going to choose comma, and let's say okay, and that basically shows me the column. So you have your end time, timestamp. Now these two can be merged, and we can replace the brackets, so that's fine. You have acknowledgement packets information, you have bytes, bytes in, bytes out, you have source IP, which is CIP, you have cached. So we can get rid of these, we can. So you see there are these number of columns. Now let's work on this. So first let's get this and this. So first let's replace this. So we have everything starting with end time. So let's go ahead and rename this to end time. That's done. Now just do a replace values. And what do you want to replace? So let's use this bracket. Let's say end time and colon. Now that one should be gone. So that looks better. We have the timestamp also. And if you carefully look at the timestamp here, so you have the timestamp which can be brought out from this one. Let's do a second level replace. And what I'll do is I'll choose anything starts with T. I can do a wildcard ending with Z. And let's try this. And it does not find this particular pattern. Okay, let's do it in a different way. So I can do a replace, and we can basically say T should be replaced with a space. So now you have T which is gone, and we basically have the date and time. So what we can do is, it will take a little bit of work here where you have to merge the date and time. So the easier way would be basically splitting this data based on a delimiter. So we have these timestamps embedded with the time. So what I can do is I can go ahead here and do a split column by delimiter. Now I know that there is a time delimiter T. So let me split by that. And now I have my time, which also shows that in a date time format. You have end time, which is also having a timestamp. So first is, let's clear this off. Let's get rid of this column. And now the end time, I can basically here again do a splitting of this by delimiter. And this time my delimiter will be a custom, and then let's choose a dot here, and let's split it based on the dot. So that gives me the timestamp which is automatically formatted, which looks good. Although we have to take care if it is in hour or 12 hours or 24 hours format. So now we don't need this. We can get rid of this, and that's the simplest way. And then basically I can do a merge of this and this. Let's do a merging with a space as the delimiter. So let's call it space, and let's call it date, and let's do a merging. In simple way, we have the data here. Now the time and everything can be formatted, but that gives me some information. It tells me packets in, packets out, bytes, bytes, bytes in, bytes out. And we can basically club this information. So I can basically say your acknowledgement packets. So if you see here, you have acknowledgement packets in. So these are the only values which you have, and we can get rid of all these values which says except and except. So we are not interested in this. We are interested in acknowledgement packets in and out, and that looks good. So bytes, we can look at the filters and it basically gives me all the bytes value. Let's keep that. So you have bytes in, bytes out. Now these we could have basically filtered out and given column names. So like we did earlier, so we can just do a rename and let's say acknowledgement packets in. That's going to be my column name. And then let's just replace the values here, which is basically going to search for ACK underscore packet underscore in colon should be replaced or should be basically gone. So let's get rid of that. So it's still working on it. It might be huge data. And similarly, we can work on this one to do a replace and let's call it acknowledge pack underscore out. Let's choose this column. Let's do a replace values and we want acknowledge packet out colon should be replaced with space. So just the values there. And if we have given the fields right, then that should be fine. So let's get rid of this overall bytes. We would be more interested in looking at bytes in and bytes out. So let's go in here and let's rename this to bytes underscore in. And then basically replace the values, or you could keep that with a key value pair if that's what you would want to keep. So bytes in with a colon should be replaced. So that works fine. So this one is still taking time. Let's see. We did a replace and we said acknowledgement packets out. That was the pattern. Replace it with nothing. Yeah, so now it's working. And then you basically do a replace. You have to be careful with the case sensitiveness. And let's replace this. Oh, doesn't look good. So let me again do a replace and I want the semicolon to be gone. Yeah. And bytes in, similarly, you have bytes out. So let's say bytes underscore out and replace this bytes underscore out. And then you basically have your client IP, which shows up here. Now, do you want to go for caching? No. Do you want to go for capture host name? Not exactly. Client RTT, client packets, client sum. Let's get rid of these. So that's gone. So connection type, which basically has, you can always look at the values which says connection type close or keep alive, not interested. This version, not interested. So basically we can, if there is a lot of information which you might be using later. So you have some data packets in, data packets out. And let's see, we already had here bytes in, bytes out. Yeah. So let's go in here and let me do this thing. So before I work on the client IP, let me take this, take this, take this, all this information here. And let's basically merge these. And we can keep comma as separator and let's call it info. So that's merged. And then you have data packets in and data packets out. So let's quickly rename this. So before doing that, just check the values here. So you have data center time. Now we have the time factor already and it talks about data packets in and out. And that's basically in. values or out values. So we don't need the data center values. So let's go ahead and basically get rid of this. So now the data has been transformed. I have basically replaced the client IPs and all the other data, which would be better if we keep as one. So this remains because this has embedded information and we don't want to lose any data. So it would be good to keep it here, and then we can do a content search on this. So this is the data which has been modified. Now I already had these data sets, so I can basically choose enable load. I will remove this. I will basically go for this one, which is enable load. And then I am only interested in this one. So let's do a save, close, and apply. So the changes have been made. Now these changes will be applied. Now if you see, my older data sets are already here, and I really did not want to go through the whole process of reloading them. So I have just worked on this stream HTTP data, and I am just loading this one. So this shouldn't take much time, and we should have the data loaded. Now once we have this, now similarly you can work on all the data sets. So I do have the source type, you have the dates, and if you closely see here, all the dates is basically beyond, and it's only 828. So I do have information, but here I am looking at the date field, and that basically shows me all the fields here. So looks like we have to filter out the date, because that can again be whose data. It tells me there is 21,758 rows. There are columns with these many distinct values. So it gives me this, but let's do a last level of filtering. So I am going to work on transforming this. So let's go in and transform this one again. And here you have the date, and we were interested only in 820 onwards. So let's make sure that this is the date we have. Okay, the best option would be first basically splitting this. So let's go ahead for split this by a particular delimiter, and here my delimiter will be space, and then we can re-merge the data. So this is being split date 1 and date 2. Now I can go here, and it does show me only these dates, but let's make sure. So I'll say after, and we will look into, oh, I'm sorry. So what we are doing here is we are removing this. Let's not split this. This was actually fine because I was looking into the event data, which is fine. We have to focus on this one. So this is where my date has, it looks to me in a date string format, which is not good. So let's do a split by a delimiter, and let's say the delimiter be space, and let's say okay. So I know it will basically have these two. So it basically has split the data. And now what we will do is we will go in here. It shows me, yeah, so it shows me all the dates which we are not interested in. We are interested in only these dates. Well, I could have said after, and that would be an easier approach. Yeah, so this is fine. Now we have the dates. Now we have applied this filter. So let's take this column and this column again. Let's merge the columns. Let's have space as the delimiter. Let's call it date. And let's say, so we have all these values. Now this column, which was also extracted from here, could not be merged. So let me remove this. So we have to spend some time in doing this data wrangling stuff. And now let's do a close and apply only for this HTTP data. And now we only see the stream data set which is available here. First, let's confirm. So we have successfully transformed our three bigger data sets. One is HTTP related and two are traffic and events. Now this is how as of now, there is no relationship between them. If we would want to visualize the data which comes in from one source or joins with other source, we will have to create relationship between them. However, we can look at the fields and we can try to understand. So let's look into the data set quickly. Now, if we look into the event data, so we have our source type. We basically have the host. We also have the date and time, which is there in each of the data sets. So you have basically the date here, which we can see in traffic data. So we have the date, we have event that also has the date. However, the format is little different. And what we can do is we can basically look at the data. We can see that it is in a text format, and if we would want to change, we can do that. However, date is not the concern. The other fields have been transformed. So we look at total number of sessions, we look at the type of information, what kind of information we have, what is the kind of device ID. So this is what we are seeing in FGT event. Now in FGT traffic, I have my host name, I have the date, I have device name, device ID. And these device names and device IDs, if we look at the other one, that is FGT event, so these would be same. And then you have other information which is related to traffic here. So you look at the source IP, you look at the type of information, and then if you look in stream HTTP, you have packets in, packets out, bytes in, bytes out. So let's basically now create a visualization taking the information from all these three. Now we can either explicitly define relationship, or when we are creating the visualization, we can go ahead with the relationship. So let's go here and let me first choose your stream HTTP. So I have the client IP, I have the source and source type. So what I will do is I will basically say, for example, let's start with your FGT event and traffic data. So let's have a merger between these. So let's select event, and here let's select the date column. So let me bring the date here. Now that basically gives me the date and the time, and that basically looks fine. Now you also have your device ID. So let's bring the device ID, which shows me the device ID. Let's bring the device name. So this is the information I want. Now I can get the source so that I know where all the data is coming from. So let's take the source and drop it here. So that basically tells me the source. I also have the source type. So let's choose the source type, which tells me FGT event. And then we basically have, say, for example, type info. That is the field I have. So for example, let me select type 1, bring it here. And that tells me what is the kind of information I have. Either it is a count, or basically it's an action, which we can basically then create some filters to filter out the data. Let's look at type 2 info, and that basically gives me type 2 info, which is either talking about CPU or total count. So let me just get rid of type 2 info. That doesn't look so interesting. Let's look at type 3 info. And that basically gives me some total session and DHCP statistics. So we will just keep type 1 info here. And now I will choose the traffic, FGT traffic. And here I will choose the destination IP. So let's bring it here. Now, when I do this, it says cannot display the visual. Fix this. Let's go ahead and fix this. It says, do you want to do a auto detection of the result? Let's do that. So it basically says there were no relationships which were detected. Let's go to manage relationships. And since there is huge data, it has to basically, you have to give the control to Power BI, fill up the fields. So it is basically showing me the from table name and to table name. And if we have some relationships which can be created. So I can click on new. And here, let's choose FGT event, which basically has the host, device name, device type, and so on. And here, let's choose FGT traffic. Now, I have basically the device name, and that basically can be chosen, and device name can be chosen here. And I can say this shows as many to many relationship. And if you see that this relationship has cardinality many to many, this should only be used if it is expected that neither column, that is device name and device name, contains unique values. So if it has unique values, then you can go for one to many. So we can basically go ahead here and say one to one, for example, but it says it is invalid. Let's go to one to many. And again, it says, so the only which is expected is many to many, and choose this. So it basically says there is a relationship established between device name and device name. I can also say new. Again, choose FGT, and here choose traffic. So we have device name also. So let's select this. Oh, device name is already done. So device ID, and then device ID here. And let's make this active. Or I could have just said OK. So let's say OK. And now you have device ID and device name. Let's also see something else. So let's look at new, and I will choose event. So I have all this information which is giving me the type of information, what we have, total number of sessions, what is the performance statistics and all that. But then these might not have the same columns here. So what are the same columns we have? So we have traffic, we have source IP, we have source port, and then we have information which we would want to pull out. But let's basically go in here, and we can define a relationship between source IP, and here we have the host IP. So if we know that this is the host where we are looking at, so for example, if I choose host and if I choose source IP, now I can say okay. So these are some of the relationships I'm creating, and then I can, you can't create a direct active relationship between event traffic because an active set of indirect relationships already exist between these tables. To make this relationship active, set the cross filter direction to single, delete or deactivate any of the indirect relationships first. So we have direct and indirect relationships which we can choose. Now we have, if for example I remove this and then if I select this, so I'm saying let the host and the source IP be my relationship. Let's click on close. And now let's see. let the data get populated. So based on the columns which we have chosen, and now we are interested in the information here. So let's look at the model meanwhile. So you see the kind of relationships you have created. So there is basically your destination. So you have the star symbolizes many to many. So we basically have many to many relationship, and that basically depends on the column names which we have mapped. Now, if I go back here, and this is where I can be seeing. So let's go into traffic and let's drag and drop the type 1 info here. And we will have to give it some time because now it is trying to detect based on the device ID, device names. It is trying to match the value of your source, which we have chosen here, with the host information. And those values have to be same because that's the relationship we have made active. And then we will see the result because it has to basically filter out the host name here, and you have the source IP which we chose here. So let me go back to the relationships, and that's your device name, device name. This is your device ID, device ID. This is your source IP and host. Let's go back to visualization. So since we have established the relationship, I can select this, I can delete this, and I can go for visualization again. So let's now go ahead and start selecting, say for example, date field. Now I will choose the device ID. Let's go for device name, device name. Let's make this bigger. And then let's go for source. I would want to keep the source, so it tells me what is the source type, right? We can get rid of source for now. Source type is fine. And let's also go for host. So that basically gives me my host values, and we can, just to check, since we have linked our host with the source IP in the relationship, let's also choose destination IP, source IP, and finally your type info. Now this is basically huge data what we are looking at. So it is basically saying filters on these visuals which we can basically control. So here if you see, you can do a sorting, you can add some list. So right now we have added these filters, and we will have to give it some time where it can populate. So meanwhile, you can either do a show as table, you can go in here and then scroll down, and you have data fields here, filters on the page which we can apply. Now let's go to the drill through. So let's go to the formatting and let's go to the grid, and you want to have vertical grid, so let's switch it to on. Let's make it black, and now I have basically your horizontal grid color, so let's create that also as black. Now we can go for font size, so let's increase that. That's your text size depending on your screen. And image height, that's fine. Now column headers, you can look at the font color, what's the background color. Text size, let's make it bigger. And then you have your values. So this is fine. And now you have your totals. If you have field formatting, so we can choose the date field which we have chosen, and we can choose this, which basically says, do you want to auto align it, or you want to change something, you want to give a title. So these are all the options which you can use for formatting. And let's go in here and let's go to the filter here. So remember, it is going for when you look at the filter, it is telling me these are the host IPs which it will be looking for. This is the source types it will be looking for. This is the source IPs which it is looking for. And we can either select one of the source IP depending on the count what we have here to filter out the data, or it's going to be trying to match all the entries here. Now we are looking at a bigger data set. So let me choose here a particular value. For example, there are 3 entries for this particular IP being the source IP. And we have type 1 info. We can see what kind of information it contains. It talks about traffic. Now that's what we wanted based on our host and source IPs. So this looks good. We just need to make sure that the host field was connected to source IP. So let's go in here and select, let's search for something. So there is a 250 entry here. Okay, we can come back to the visual. Let's go back to the table here and let's look at some data. So we are looking at FGT event. Let's look at the host value, which is 192.168.250.1. That's my host. And here, let's look at in traffic. Let's look at the source IPs, the source, and then you basically have the host, which has the same values. So host and source IP. So what we created as a relationship might be we have to basically check that. So now that using the relationship, what I also did was earlier we were creating multiple relationships, and that can also slow down the process. So what you can always do is you can go back here, and if you see I have created a relationship between host to host because I know the values can be in sync or same across these. So if you would want to work on a relationship, you can just go ahead and delete this, and that's basically gone. So your relationship is gone, and now your visual report, if you go back, will show that there is some error because there is no relationship established. Now let's look at the fields again. So we have this particular information which is saying that we have our data set. So let's look into the stream HTTP data set. Now this is where we have basically packets in, packets out. So we have the source and source type, which basically are giving us the same information. So we can choose one of these in HTTP. And then you also have your date, you have packets in, packets out, bytes in. So you have total bytes. Now this is what we can focus on, or we can be looking at what is the total number of bytes, bytes in, bytes out. So this is the information coming from HTTP. Now again, you have the client IP here. So your client IP has 192.168.250.100. So basically, let's try to match that here. Now, when you look at the HTTP traffic, and if you look at destination IP, now that's the basically server. So you can always see what are the kind of values you have. So you have different values here. And this is where the connections have gone. You have your source IP, which is basically showing up different values again. So you have different source IPs, you have different destination IPs, and you have the host name, which is 251. That's your only host name in this one. In the traffic, Now, if we look at type 1 info, then we are looking at these columns. Now, since the data is huge, you don't see these other columns, but then we can obviously refresh and we can see if these columns are showing up. So you have more number of columns which are here, which will be used. So you have source IP, you have destination IP, and so on. And if we look at the information from your FGT event, you basically have your source, you have your host. So let's take host, device ID from here. Now we have the level. Let's see how many values you have. So you have alert, information, notice, warning. So we can then filter out only warning messages if we are interested in. So I could be just saying warning. So we can choose level from here. We have your log description, which talks about kind of statistics. What is the info? So is it performance statistics? And then you have your CPU total sessions. So now, for example, let's go to visual. And if I would have to create a relationship, I will have to choose different fields. Now, the only one thing which we need to understand is in stream HTTP, you have your client IP. Now let's look at those values here. Stream HTTP, which basically has your client IP. Let's look at the source. And also we can work on the date field here. So this is in AM or PM, what values we are seeing. And let's have the date field in FGT event. That's also showing AM or PM. So let's first create a relationship between SGT and stream HTTP. And what we can do is FGT. Let's keep it here. Let's bring it here. So what I can do is I can have from stream HTTP a relationship with the date here. So there can be date. Now there are these formats which we can change if that is giving a problem. Let's say okay. However, it is advisable. Let me just delete this. Let's go back here. Okay. So we want information from all these three data sets, and we do not want to really go with the join condition. We basically want to join them either on the date field or basically your other fields which have common values. So since there were many relationships created, and then we had to look into the fields which had date time format in a different way, what I did was I did some cleanup. I removed the relationships as of now, and I reloaded the data. So just let's look and understand that. So this one, starting from our three different data sets. First, let's look into the FGT event. By clicking on this, now it shows me source type. It shows me the host, that is from where the request is originating. It shows me the date. Look at that format here. And then you have device name, device ID, what is the type of message, and then you have some log information based on which we can filter out or pull out some specific information. Now what we notice here is host name is 250.1 and we have only one host field. So that's perfectly fine. Now let's look into the other data set, that's FGT traffic, which will give me some traffic information. Now here again, if you look at the second column, the host is 251, which basically means I can create a relationship between FGT event and FGT traffic based on host field. Now notice the date format has also been changed. We have device name, device IDs, so that also should be the same values. And you have the type info, so you can look into what kind of information you have, and this is traffic information. It looks at the subtype, and that tells me either it is forward or local, on which we can create filters. Now you have the traffic going to the source IP, and you have the source port. So source IP basically has different fields, and we will see what is the source IP. So you have a host, and then you have source IP from which the connection would be going to, say, destination IP. So you have destination IP which have multiple fields, and then obviously you have info, wherein you can, say for example, select one of the fields, or just place your cursor here, and it tells you what kind of information it has. It has an action, it has policy ID, it has destination country, source country, and everything is separated by comma. So if you would want, you can split this complete information into comma into different fields. So that's your second data set. And the third data set is your stream HTTP, which basically has your source type, it has the date, again format converted, packets in, packets out, and here you have client IP, which is basically showing, let's look at the values, and it has various values. Now the source IP in the previous data set and the client IP here from where the request is originating would be the same one, and then obviously you have the information. So now we can create a visualization using these. So we have the model here. Now what I can do is I can start creating relationships between this one. So here I have host, and I can have host connected to host here. So basically this has, now what does it say? This should only be used if it is expected that both the columns do not have unique values. But we know that there is unique value, which is 192.168.250.1. So if I say 1 to 1, it basically says the cardinality you selected isn't valid for this relationship. If I basically go for apply security filter in both the directions, it does not still work. And you can look at the cross filter which says single, so you can have a relationship between this and this. So you can say, but the thing here is there are various combinations for these particular values, and that's why it is saying this cardinality does not work. So let's go for many to many. That's fine. And let's go for OK. So you should have a relationship now between host and your host. Now what we can also do is we can go for device name or device ID. So I can again create one more between device name and device ID. In case there are different values, I can say okay. So this is one more relationship I'm creating between these, although I am not making this active. So we can see when we look at the star, it tells me that it is many to many. Now what we can also do is, as I explained, so you have your FGT traffic, which basically has your source IP, and here you have client IP. So let's create a relationship between client IP and source IP, and let's go for OK. So that's again a relationship between these. Now these relationships should be enough for me to pull out the information from all these three data sets, which can be related on the same date, or which could be based on the values. So we do have date. What I have done is I have filtered out the date, as I explained earlier, which was 20 onwards, 820 onwards. But then I have changed that to make the data set a little smaller, and I have chosen anything beyond 823 and then up to 828. So now this is done. Let's go to visualization and let's pull out the information. So let's say it is talking about a previous field which we have. Let's close this. So I can say fix this, and here I can close this one. So we don't have any data fields right now. So now let's start selecting. So let's first go to FGT event. I will be interested in the date field, and let's get the date. Now it is broken down into your year, quarter, month, and day. Now we can change that format. So here we have your date field, which is basically being broken down. Now I can just say date, and I don't want the date hierarchy. So date is fine, which gives me the time. You see the starting time is 23 onwards. Now what we are interested in is basically the device name. So we have created a relationship, and it is good to choose the fields on which you have created the relationship. Now we have the host field. So let's select that. Now there is one entry for that, and that shows me the host field. You have level, which had two values. So let's select level. Now you can always check here when you are looking at these particular fields. You can check here, which will tell me what are the different values. And if you want only a selected value, say for example we want warning information or basically alert information, which is a lesser number, I can select that, or I can add that as a filter. So I can do that. So let's, for example, choose this level. So that's done. Now let's go to the traffic field. So we have date, we have device ID, we have device name, which we have already taken. So there is no point in taking device name again. We can look at the destination IP. So that's available from this data set. Let's take the destination IP. Now host is something which we have already created a relationship. We have info, we have source type, we have source IP. So let me go for source IP from here, and I'm adding source IP. Now I have the info field, which basically has the overall text, which has useful information which we can pull out. So we have chosen the destination IP, we have chosen the source IP, which we can do a count on, and then basically we have, say, type 1 info, which basically has some specific field. So let's try adding this, and we can see what kind of data it contains, and that might be a larger field, so it might take sometimes time, but then that's okay. And that's your traffic, that's your event, and now we have our HTTP data. So this one basically has your client IP, which would be same as host IP, as I mentioned earlier. So let's select client IP. It got selected twice, that's fine. And then you have your info as the column. You have bytes in, bytes out. You have acknowledged packets in, packets out, and you basically have your source type. So we can select source type just to keep in track of the data is coming in from which source. But as of now, I can just choose bytes in, which might be interesting field to look at if there are bytes coming in, and then you look at bytes out. So let's for now cancel this type 1 info, and this is the data which we are creating the visualization. Now, as I said, when you are selecting these particular fields, it is going to look for the host IP. It is going to look at my destination IP. Now we can always go back to the data set and check if what appears in host IP, does that appear in, say, source IP or client IP in a particular data set. So for example, if I go in here, and if you see, I have client IP, which is basically 192, 168, 250, 100. That's what I have filtered for in this particular stream HTTP dataset. So if you go back to client IP, That's the value which is showing up. And if you look in FGT traffic, so here we have our host, or we basically have our destination IP or source IP. So let's look at the source IP, and here I can search for the IP which we see as client IP. So let's see 192, 168, 250, and then let's search for 100, and that shows me that there are entries for this. So it basically is correct, where we have created a relationship between source IP and client IP. We have pulled out this information. Now let's go back to the visualization. It is still working on it based on the data what we have. Now what we can do is the level which we were seeing here. So level, which basically had 4 values, and we see there is a least count of alert. So let's choose this, and that should basically faster or make my query faster, because now I am selecting for your filtering and I'm saying level is alert. So it has to not look at all the information, but it has to pull out level being alert. And if you see, we already have these entries which basically tells me host IP, and then you have source IP, and then you have client IP, which is same. So source IP and client IP are same. What was the bytes in, what was the bytes out, right? And now you have the alert level. So this was the alert where we were saying we also look at the destination IP, and it pretty much looks the same except the one which we see here. So this one where we are looking at the information on 23rd August, it tells me alert where host is 251. You have source IP, which is basically 2.50. We have client IP, which is matching. And then you basically have a destination IP, wherein bytes in is 0 and bytes out is huge. And this is something which we can look at to see if there is any problem with that. So this is a simple report which we have created, and what we have is we have these different levels what we are seeing. I mean, we have chosen alert as the level. Now what I could do is I can add a filter, so or slicer. So it says the entities that columns in the values bucket belong to are not hierarchically related, because then we can look at the details here. So it says value bucket are not, so we can send something, or for example, we can get rid of the filter as of now. Let's just go to the table, and we can basically say, okay, this is my level field. So we have selected just this particular data, but what we would be interested in is not information, but might be notice or warning messages. So let's also select warning. And then obviously we can do a count. We can find out on this information what we are pulling out. So I would want to look at my alert and warning messages when your source IP and client IP was same. Request was originating from host, and we are looking at bytes in, bytes out. But I can now look at specific other information. So if you go back here and if you look into your data set, so we have basically our data set which shows the source IP, because there that was the filter which has been applied. Now I can basically go ahead and say clear filter here, and that shows me all the entries. It shows me what is the action which says accept or information. So we can do a text filtering here where we can be looking at different values. So let's see what kind of values we have here. And if you carefully see, it tells me that there is this destination country, which is Canada, and your destination country is Hong Kong, source country is something else. So we can be looking for a particular country. We can be looking at, if you look at the DNS apps, what is the app here? Is it a DNS? Is it a NetBIOS? Is it something else? What kind of risk we are talking about? Is it an elevated risk? Are we talking about duration? So we can filter out this information to reduce our results, because as of now we have everything. So say for example, I have my destination country as Netherlands. So let's go ahead here and I will basically say, let's go for a filter and let's say text filter, let's say contains, and now let's say I'm interested only in Netherlands data. So let's say okay. So the filter is applied, and now what you're looking at is just the Netherlands data for your particular data set. Come here and we have alert. We should have the alert as of now as the level, and we look at a lot of destination IPs. Now, similarly, what I can be doing is I have this information. I'm looking at the level which is alert. Now, as I said, we can be choosing warning like we chose earlier. Now, what we can also do is we can pull out if we would want to see. So let's basically bring total bytes field, and that should get added to your visual. And now you see is here. Now that's my simple report which we have created based on the fields. We can be just looking for your source IP and client IP being same. So we have chosen host because we were interested in getting so now I would be interested in getting the bytes in or bytes out. So let's get rid of bytes in. That's not what I'm concerned about. I would be interested in looking at the log info. Know what is the destination, what is the source IP, what is the client IP, which we client IP here. Now, if you see, we are already seeing some information which has come in here, which talks about your log info, which talks about configuration was changed, who was the user, what was the IP, and we are basically filtering out the information. I'm still seeing the source IP. I'm looking at the client IP. So you look at the new data, which is host name, you have alerts, you basically have your destination IP, source IP, so we can all your client IP. Remember the bytes in, byte out information, EP data. And these are, if you just look at the message, it clearly tells me that this is an alert message. And that's why we are seeing configuration, which was coming in from source and on that particular destination. So you can also calculate what was the bytes in, if there was some kind of acknowledgement which was sent. And this is good information. So we can get rid of alert and let me say just warning. So I would want to select warning. Now we are talking about count of 400 and we will have to give some. So date can be important. Device name, what we are looking at name is basically coming in from this particular event field, and that's why it is showing up the values here. We don't have any device name, so we can keep the device name or we can filter. I have taken up this example which looks complex, but then it's very useful in real-time machine data where you can create visualization, where you can work on multiple data sets, where you can do data modeling, which basically means that you can have relationships between different data sets so that you can create your visualization, you can create your reports, and then basically continuously improve our data modeling. So right now we just have this information, but what I can do is I can go for the modeling option here, and then I can basically mark as date table. I can manage the relationships here coming in from dimension tables. So new measure is basically if you would want to calculate how many different destination IPs are existing or calculations and add the results to the selected table. So we can do that. So for example, let's go for quick measure and it says, okay, get a average per category, variance per category. You can basically do a count. You can get max. So max and minimum would not work. Might be we can work on bytes data. So we can do that. So you can just go for total for category. So filters applied, and you can basically go for totals. You can use, so for example, we can go for total for category. Now calculate the total across all values in a category, applying filters in your report. So for example, let's say the destination IP. So let me add that here. Now this one is category over which do you want to calculate the total. So I have destination IP, and let's say source IP or client IP. So that's the category, and I'll say okay. Now this is where you are doing a quick measure where there are list of measures which we can add. So measures, if you remember, dimension tables are something which contains the actual data, and your measures are fields or columns which are already in your dimension table. So your dimension table has the columns as the primary key, and facts table has the columns as the foreign key. Plus your facts table will have measures, and basically those measures is what you're trying to calculate, which can be added to your table that is as your report, and then you can publish the report. So this is where we chose a quick measure. We are doing it. Now I can add a new column. I can create a new measure depending on the value. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to say, let's find out the count of your source IPs, and the category which I'm choosing is destination IPs. So I would want to get a count of what are the different source IPs, what are the counts of those, and then we can basically tabulate that. So let this report run, and we will have a view at it, and we will then publish this. So now if you look at this messages, so we are looking at our report, might be quite big in a format. So I can basically choose the format by going in here, and we have the general and background, and let's look into general. So it basically gives all text. We can give some details here, but let's look at the grid. So first it is still working, so sometimes you have to wait. So for example, I choose and then I look into the value. So I can go into the style and I can change the formatting. So the report which we are running is on huge data set. And that's something which we need to remember to basically look at the result or to look at the count of whatever we are doing. It might take some time. But then once it is done, we can easily publish this. So after sorting the data and reducing the data, because data was really huge, so it was taking time to generate the report and publish it. So basically here the report has been created. Now we can apply measures to this. If you closely see here, I have applied filters, which is alert, which basically tells me just 12 alerts because we have run a quick measure. So I am looking only for alert level information, and date I have chosen everything beyond 27,754, because what I know is that in my traffic related data, so if you would basically see here in the traffic related data, so we have date which has been filtered, and if I look into my other data such as HTTP, I can see the date which exists here shows 26 because now we have filtered the data. So you have to filter the data, otherwise you might fall short of memory. Now here, if you see, the data starts from 28, 23, 51, and then that's the last one. So you can obviously see in a reverse order, or you can sort this by doing this, and that should show you the starting data. And here, if I closely see, there are all the fields which are showing up, but then you can basically choose how much data you are pushing in there. So the data here is basically having huge amount of data, and that will affect your visualization. So you have to be careful in what data you select and how much would go into your visualization. So in my visualization, based on the fields which we have selected, I have basically limited the amount of data which can show me in the report. However, when we have a bigger server, we can basically create a report with all the data, or the suggestion would be to break the data sets into smaller chunks and then go for reports and visualization. Now, this report was published to my BI service. And if you see here, this is my BI service, which has the data. I have applied the similar kind of filters here. And now I can start asking questions, which can then be added to my report. So here I'm saying, show me the first total of this CP total from your S source IP. So I can look into something like this. Now, if I'm not interested in this, I can delete this. I can ask different questions here. So for example, count, I can say count destination IPs, and that tells me there are different 13.44 destination IPs. And I can say for each source IP, that is source IP or the client IP. Now you can give a query like this, which will basically try to do a count of destination IPs for your source IPs, and it can give you a count. So here it gives me what is the destination IP for each source IP, and this one has the highest count. And then you can look at the other values. And if you would want to save this question or the answer to this question, let's put it here. So we can basically make our report layout a little smaller or change the format here so that we can push in more data here or ask more questions. Now, once this is done, I have my report created with different kind of filters. I can just go ahead and save this report. Remember, I have filtered out the data and I have selected the data fields with date being just for 2 days instead of for 2 years. Now that basically affects my overall data. But what we have seen here is we are looking at our report. Now what we can do is we can look for other information here. So we have the visuals on the canvas. We can duplicate this, we can share this, we can look at the view and we can change this. We have the file and we basically have our reports, which is shared. Now, if I go back to my workspace, that shows me the dashboards which I have. I have some reports. Now, this is the report here. And this is basically, you can look at the usage metrics, you can share the information, you can get some quick insights, which Power BI is very powerful in looking at your data and gathering some insights. However, again, remember the amount of data which is selected will affect the time consumed in generating these insights. So while this is running, I can go back to my Power BI desktop and I can basically have a look at this. I can look at the data models. Now, these were the relationships which we created. So if you see, this was basically host and host. This was device name and device name. And here I had the client IP and the source IP. And this was basically my data model. Now I could have a facts table separately created, which has these some of the columns and then the measures which we can calculate and then add it to our facts table. Now this is basically a simple example of data modeling. You can play around with the data. As I mentioned, you can obviously go to Power BI, and if you would want to look at this data, as I mentioned earlier, you can just search for bot SV1 dataset. Generally, these datasets are used for threat hunting, but then this has a lot of data sets with different sources, and you can get the data from here. You can trim it, and then you can basically use for your Power BI. or you can always find data sets and you can look into Kaggle or other sources where you can get different kind of data which can be used. Now, if you see here, it basically gives me some insights and we can choose which insights we would be interested in. So it says count of the source ports, and basically it gives me that these IPs, or which I know these are DNS servers, have noticeably more source ports. It gives me count of total bytes and count of bytes. So this is a correlation between total bytes and bytes. It gives me count of info. So what kind of information we have on packets in. So it says that there is a lot of information with packets in being 3. Now I can scroll down, I can see count of source report and count of info. So you can basically look at count of total bytes, count of info. So Power BI has generated all these insights for us, and we have this information now. I can obviously download this. So I can basically go in here and look at this particular insight. I can open it in a focused mode and look for more information, and we can choose what we would want to do with this insights. So if you see here, it gives me, when you look at the info, what kind of messages are more. That also gives you information, total bytes, count of your destination IPs, and I can basically click on this one. It opens up in a bigger window. It tells me this is count of dist IPs, or sorry, destination IPs based on your source IPs, and this is a great insight. So you can always look into the insight and then basically continue working on this. So I can just do a exit focus mode. I'm back to my insight. I can go back to my workspace. I can look into the reports. Now remember, when you publish your report comes in here, and that basically gives you an option to create a report. You can schedule it to refresh and get the newer data. You can basically view related information of this, and so on. So this is how you can use modeling with Power BI, and this is a simple example. Well, we can have more complicated modeling scenarios, and we can look at different data sets.
In this video, we will learn what Power BI dashboard is. We'll understand how to create different reports in Power BI desktop. Then you will publish a dashboard onto Power BI service. And finally, you'll derive insights from the dashboard. Now, let's understand what Power BI dashboard is. Power BI dashboard is a single page visualization to tell a story. Here on the screen, you can see there's a dashboard which has been published on Power BI service. There are multiple charts and graphs that you can see. The visualizations on a dashboard are generated from reports, and each report is based on one dataset. A single-page dashboard is known as a canvas. The visualizations you see on the dashboard are called tiles, and each of these tiles are pinned to the dashboard by report designers. Today, we'll be covering the following dashboard that you see on the screen. It will be a 3-page report where we will be analyzing the Superstore sample data. As you can see, there are 3 tabs. Now let me move over to our dataset. So our Superstore sample dataset is in the form of an Excel file. You can see there are multiple columns. You can see there's order date, shipment date, the mode of shipment, customer's first name and last name, the segment to which the customer belonged to, country of the customer, the city, state, and if you go towards the end, you can see there are the different product names, the sales, quantity sold, discount, and the profit. So the report that you see here and the one which we are going to create might vary a little in terms of the color formatting and the spacing, so you need not worry about that. Now let me go ahead and bring up a new workspace. So I'll go to File, click on New. This will take some time to bring up our new workspace. Now it will ask you for trying the free version, or if you want you can go ahead and sign in. I'll just close this. So here is our new workspace. Before creating the dashboard, we need to make some changes to our Superstore dataset. Using the features of Power BI Desktop, first we'll extract the year, month and quarter values from the order date column. I'll go to Get Data tab, click on Excel as my source. I'll locate my file, it's on desktop, click on Open. This might take some time to load the dataset. I'll select the orders sheet. You can see the preview of our data here. I'll go ahead and click on Load. This will take some time to load the dataset onto Power BI Desktop. I think we have successfully loaded our dataset. You can check that by going to the Data tab. So here is our dataset. First, let's make some changes in the format of the order date and the shipment date. I'll click on the order date. Under the Modeling tab, we have this data type and the format. I'll click on the drill down option under date and time. Now let's choose the first one, which is in the format of DDMMYYYY. I'll click on it. As you can see, our order date column has been changed to that particular format. Similarly, I'll select the ship date column, go to the format option, under date and time, I'll click on the first one. Here you can see even the ship date column has been changed to that particular format. Now let's extract the month values from the order date column. To do that, right click on the order date column, select new column. So this will create a new column if you go to the end. So there's a new column. Rename this column as month, and since we want the month value from the order date column, I'll search for order date. Dot, since I want the month, I'll select month. Now if I hit enter, it will give me the month values from the order date column. Similarly, if you want to get the quarter values from the order date, right click, select new column, rename the column as quarter, then choose the order date column followed by the quarter name. Hit enter. So you can see you have a quarter column and it has all the values of the quarter to which the date belongs to. Now let me go ahead and create one more column. This time we'll create a new column for the order year. This time we'll extract the order year values. So let me rename it as year. We'll continue with the same procedure. I'll look for the order date and then select the year. Hit enter. So it gives you only the year values on which the order was placed. Now let's find which day of the week was the order placed. So we need to use the weekday function and give the order date as parameter, followed by which day you want the week to start with. I'll show you how to do that. So I'll click on order date, then select new column. Let's rename this column as day of week. I'll use the weekday function of Power BI. You can hit tab to finish. I'll look for my order date column, comma. I'll choose 2 here since I want my week to start with Monday and end on a Sunday. Hit enter. So you can see we have the day of the week column. So the idea to create this day of week column is to find out if the order was placed on a weekday or a weekend. Now let me go ahead and create one more new column. Let's name this column as weekday or a weekend. I'll use an if clause and pass in my parameters. For logical test, I'll use the day of the week column. So I'll search for orders and then look for day of week. If this day of the week is equal to 6, which means if it's a Saturday, or I'm using the or operator, if the day of week is a Sunday, that is 7, then it's a weekend, else it's a weekday. I'll close the bracket, hit enter. So you can see we have our weekday and weekend column. So moving ahead, another thing we can do is we can find the total number of days it took for the shipment of the product. This can be done using the dative function of Power BI. So let me show you how you can do that. I'll click on any column, right click, go to new column. Let's rename the column as days for shipment. Then I'll use the dative function. I'll give my starting date, which is the order date. So I'll search for order date, followed by the second date will be our shipment date, which is ship date, and the day. I'll hit enter. So you can see here it gives us the total number of days it took for the shipment of the product. Now let's create a full name column where we will concatenate the first name and the last name of the customer. Let me go ahead and do that. I'll create a new column. Let me rename the column as full name. Then I'll take the first name from the orders table, use the ampersand, followed by a space using inverted commas, followed by another ampersand, and the last name. I hit enter. You can see we have a full name column. If you go back, so there were two columns in the name of first name and last name. Now we have merged both the columns into a single column named full name, and you can see the first name, space, and the last name. Now let me give the sales column a currency value. So I'll select the sales column. Here under general, if I go to currency, I can see there are multiple currency symbols. Choose whatever you want. For this video, I'll take dollar English United States. You can see our sales column is now represented by a dollar value. Similarly, let me make some changes to the profit column. As you can see, there are multiple decimal values for each profit. So let's standardize it. So I'll select the profit column, and this is where you can standardize it. Now it's auto. So let me make it 2 decimal places. So our data is ready now. Let's go to the report view and start building our reports. Before that, under the model view, you can see the new columns that we had created. You can see there's weekday, weekend, there's year, there's quarter column, month column. The same you can see under the report view as well. Under fields, you can see these are the columns that we created: days of shipment, day of week, quarter, month, weekday or weekend, and year. Now we are under the report view. First, let me go ahead and create a text box. So under the home tab, you have the text box. I'll select that. Let me stretch it a bit. We'll give a title, sales dashboard. I'll select this and increase the size to, let's say, 28. We make it bold and center align it. Also, under the visualizations tab, under background, we'll add a background color to this text box. Let me select this blue color and let me make the font as white. So now we have our title ready. So under general, you can decrease the height of the text box. Let me make it as 70. First, let us create a new card from the visualizations panel. So under visualizations, there's an option to create new card. I'll click on it. Let me resize. I'll move it to the top. We'll see the total amount of sales or the total revenue that was generated from the sales. After selecting the card, I'll choose sales onto fields. So here you can see it gives you the total sales that were made, so which is nearly $2.3 million. If I go to the Format tab under Data Label, let me switch on the border. Under Title, you can give a new title, for example, Total Revenue. Hit Enter. Now you can increase the text size to say 15 and center line it. You can also change the color of the sales value. So under Data Label, under Colors, you can choose whichever color you want. Similarly, let's create one more card to find the total number of units that were sold. I'll copy the same card, Ctrl C, Ctrl V. I'll move it a little below. Now I'll remove the sales column from the fields and add the quantity column onto fields. Again, under title, I'll edit this title as total quantity sold. Let me create one more card where we will see the total amount of profit that were made. I'll select this. I'll remove the quantity column and add profit. Under the Format tab, under Title, I'll make this as total profit. Hit Enter. Stretch it a bit so that you can see the total amount of profit that were made. Now, let me add a slicer wherein we'll have the order date column. So I'll add the order date column onto fields. So you can see here we have the order date column, and under slicer header, let me increase the text size to 15, and let's switch on the border. You can also give a title to this slicer. So under the Format tab, go to Title, switch it on, and we'll give a title text as Slicer by Order Date. Scroll down, I'll center align it and increase the text size to 15. Now if you want, you can also change the date colors to blue. So under date inputs, you can go to font color and select any blue color. Now let's create a line and stacked column chart to visualize sales and profit by each year, each month and each quarter. So from the Visualizations tab, let me select line and stacked column chart. I'll resize this. After that, let me add the order date column onto the shared axis. We'll drag the sales onto column values, and under line values, I'll take the profit column. So here you can see we have the sales and profit by each year. The bars represent the sales and this line represents the profit it made for each year. Let me go to the Format tab and make some changes to the data colors. Let the color of the profit remain the same, but the bars, I'll choose a custom color, give a hexadecimal value like 196273, hit enter. So we have successfully changed the color of the bars. Power BI has an interesting feature where you can drill down the sales by each year, each month, each quarter, or by days. So let me show you. So on the top, it shows you go to the next level in the hierarchy. So if I click on this, here you can see the sales and the profit that were made for each quarter in every year. Quarter 4 for every year made the highest amount of sales and the profit. Similarly, if I drill down further, you can see, let me expand it, you can see by month. This is for each month over all the years how much sales were made. You can check November month gave us the highest amount of sales and December month gave us the highest amount of profit. Similarly, you can still go to the next hierarchy. Here you can see the sales and the profit made for each day over all the years. So day 17 made the highest amount of sales and day 23 gave us the highest amount of profit. If you see the lowest sales and the profit, you can see order date 25 gave us the lowest amount of profit, and similarly you can see day 29 gave us the lowest amount of sales. Now you can also go to the Format tab and switch on the data labels. So you can see here in 2014 we got nearly 49.5k profit and nearly $0.48 million sales. Similarly, in 2015 we had nearly 61.6k profit and 0.47 million sales, and so on. Now let me go ahead to the Format tab and switch on the border. Let me now create a clustered column chart for sales by year and quarter. So from the visualizations, let's select clustered column chart. Let me resize this a bit. And under axis, we'll add the year column. So I'll drag year onto axis. Under legend, I'll take the quarter column. And under values, I'll choose sales. So you can see here the sales that were made under each quarter for each year. This picture clearly says quarter 4 for every year made the highest amount of sales, and quarter 1 made the lowest. Let me go to the Format tab and I'll go to the data colors. Let's change the colors for each of these quarters. We'll be using hexadecimal values. So under custom colors for quarter 1, let me select hexadecimal value as follows. So for example, PF D6 D9. Similarly for quarter 2, I'll select 6D9 DA6. For quarter 3, and finally for quarter 4, I'll choose a little darker color. So here is how our clustered column chart looks like, and we can see the sales by year and quarter. Now let me go ahead and let's add a border. Now we'll analyze the sales by each state. So for that, we'll use field map. So I'll click on field map. Let me resize it. Now let me add the state column onto location. Under tooltips, I'll add the sales column. Let me expand it. So you can see here we have the map which shows the sales by each state. Now let's do some color formatting to this. I'll go to the Format tab, click on Add Colors, and blue is the default color. There's an additional option where you can use conditional formatting. So I'll use that. So it gives you the option to choose your color between maximum value and the minimum value. You can also choose this diverging option where you get a center value or a mid value as well. Now for the minimum value, I'll choose a color. Again, I'll use a custom color. It will be similar to a green color. I'll hit OK. Then let's use some orange color for the mid value range. For example, EB. And similarly, for the maximum value, we'll use a little darker color which looks similar to red. Click enter. So now we have defined our color scheme. Let's click on OK. Let's zoom out. So you can see the states which are in green color made the lowest amount of sales, while those which are in orange or in red made the highest amount of sales. So in this example, you can see California had the highest amount of sales. Similarly, New York is next, is just below California with the amount of sales, followed by Texas. We'll go back. Let me also add a border to this. Similarly, you can also select the profit column or the units sold column to see the units or the profit that were sold by each state. So let me now go ahead and create a donut chart. In that donut chart, we'll analyze the sales and profit by each segment. So under visualizations, I'll click on donut chart. So under legend, I'll add the segment column. Under values, I'll take the sales column, and we also want the profit, so I'll take the profit column onto tooltips. So you can see we have our donut chart prepared, and you can see the sales and profit by each segment. Let me expand this. The donut chart indicates consumer segment made the highest amount of sales and profit, while home office segment made the lowest. I'll go back. Let me go to the Format tab, and we'll make some formatting to our data. Let's change the color of all the segments. Choose custom color. Let's give a color coding as 1558C. Similarly, we'll change the color for corporate segment as well. Let's take a gray color. And finally, we'll change the color for home office as well. I'll also switch on the border. So we have our donut chart prepared. Now let's move ahead and create a pie chart to analyze the profit and sales by each category of products. So under visualizations, I'll select pie chart. I'll drag the category column onto legend. Under values, I'll take the profit column, and under tooltips, I'll take the sales column. So you can see we have a simple pie chart that tells you the profit and the sales that were made by each category. As it's evident, category technology made the highest amount of sales and profit, while furniture category made the lowest amount of profit and sales. I'll go back. Under format, I'll change the data colors. Let's go ahead and do that. I'll use custom colors and give a hexadecimal color value. Similarly for office supplies, I'll take another hexadecimal value. And finally, we'll change the color of the furniture category. Also, let's give a border. So we have a pie chart prepared that tells you the profit and sales by each category of products. Now we are done with our first sales dashboard. So I can go ahead and rename this tab as overall sales. Next, we are going to analyze the sales, profit, quantity sold and all of these by taking region and the state as filters. So we'll continue with the same drill. First, I'll create a text box. So under home menu, I'll go to text box. I'll stretch this. I'll give a title to this page. For example, region and state level analysis. Let me make it bold and I'll increase the size to 28, make it center aligned. We'll make the text as white and under visualizations, let's give a background color. I'll choose this blue color. So let me go ahead and create 3 slicers, a region slicer, a state slicer and a year slicer. So under visualizations, I'll click on slicer. Let me resize, move it on top. And for region slicer, I need to add region onto fields. So you can see we have a region filter now. Let's do some formatting to this. Under slicer header, let me make the font color white and let's give a background, let's say blue, and let me increase the text size to say 15. You can also choose a font family. Let's go for Calibri, and you can increase the size of the items. Let's increase the text size to say 15 and let's give a border. So now you have the region slicer ready. Let me copy paste this. Next, we'll create the state slicer. So I'll remove region from here and add state onto the field. So you can see we have the state slicer ready. Similarly, you can also go ahead and create a year slicer where you can analyze the sales and profit or quantity by year. I'll remove state from here and I'll drag the year column onto field. You can see we have all the 4 years from 2014 to 2017. Now sometimes it might be difficult for you to scroll through all the values present in a slicer. For example, in the state slicer, you can see there are multiple states. And if you want to filter your report by a particular state, you have to always scroll down or scroll up and check manually where the state is. So Power BI gives you this feature where you can use the search option. So if I click on this, you can see there's a search option. Select that. So now in the search bar, you can search for any state you are looking for. For example, if you want to search for California state, you can just type on California. So I have just typed CAL and it shows me California. That's an important feature that Power BI gives you. So let me now go ahead and create a simple table where we will see the quantity and the profit made in each city. So under visualizations, I'll select tables. Let me resize this. So under values, first I'll add the city column, followed by the quantity column and the profit column. Let's do some formatting. So under column headers, let me change the font color to white and let's add a background. Let me increase the text size also. Let's make it 15. Similarly, if you scroll down under values, let's increase the text size to 15 as well. And let's choose the font family. Let's take Consolas. So here you can see all the cities, the quantity sold in each city and the profit that was made in each of these cities. Now let me add a border to this. So now you can filter each of these cities by region or by state. For example, if I choose Central as my region, it will give you all the cities that lie in the central region. Similarly, you can also search for any state. For example, I am taking Minnesota. So under Minnesota, you can see all the cities and the quantity as well as the profit they made. Let me now uncheck the filters. Now let me go ahead and filter this table in terms of profit. So I'll sort by profit. You can see we have our cities sorted in terms of profit. So New York City made the highest amount of profit, followed by Los Angeles and Seattle. Below you can see the total units that were sold and the total profit that was made from all the cities. So you can also filter down the quantity sold and the profit made by each year as well as by region and state. So let's see. Suppose I am choosing East as the region. So under East, it tells you the states that are present. Let's go for Delaware and let's select 2016 as my year. So you can see the cities that lie under Delaware state and the quantity as well as the profit they made in 2016. Similarly, let's select Massachusetts as the state and let's go for another year, for example 2017. You can see all the cities that are present under Massachusetts, the quantity sold and the profit that was made. Below you can see the total quantity and the profit. Let me uncheck all these. Now moving ahead, let's analyze the sales by each state and the category of product. For this, we'll create a clustered bar chart. So under visualizations, I'll select clustered bar chart. Let me resize a bit. Under axis, I'll take the state column. I'll take category onto legend, and under values, I'll put the sales column. So you can see here, we have the sales for each category under each state. For example, California state made the highest amount of sales under technology category and it made the lowest amount of sales under office supplies. If I scroll down, you can see all the states and the sales they made for each category. I'll go back to the report. Now let's use some filters. You can filter here. For example, if I want to check the sales by each state and category for 2015, I can just click on 2015 and it will tell you the sales that were made. Now let's do some formatting to this bar chart. We'll change the colors for each of the categories. Similarly, we'll change the color for office supplies. And finally, for the technology. So now we have our bar chart ready. Moving on, now let me add a border to this bar chart. Okay. So now that we have seen our sales by state and category, let's now check the profit by year and category. For that, we'll create an area chart. I'll resize this chart. Now, under axis, I'll take the year column. Under legend, I'll take the category column. And under values, I'll take profit. And so we have our area chart that depicts the profit by each year and the category to which the product belongs to. I'll go to the Format tab and under Data Colors, I'll choose some colors. Let's change furniture to this blue color. I'll take office supplies a red color and technology I'll use a green color. So now you can use the filters. For example, you can check the profit that was made by each year and category under East region. So you can see here, in 2017, technology made the highest amount of profit while furniture had the lowest. Similarly, let's check for South region. So you can see in South region in 2016, technology made the highest amount of profit and furniture made the lowest. In 2017, office supplies made the highest amount of profit and furniture was the lowest. I'll uncheck this South region filter. Similarly, you can also see the sales by each state. So under state slicer, you can choose whichever state you want and check the profit it made by that year or category. For example, I'll choose Connecticut. So you can see the profit Connecticut state made in each of these years. I'll uncheck it. Let us move ahead and now let's see profit that was made and the quantity that was sold by each category and subcategory of the product. So for this, I'll choose the line and clustered column chart. So I'll select from the visualizations. Now under shared axis, I'll select the category column. Under column series, I'll take the subcategory column. Under column values, I'll choose profit and I'll choose quantity under the tooltips. So now you can see the profit that was made under each category and the subcategory. For technology category, copiers subcategory made the highest amount of profit. The quantity sold was 234. Similarly, if you check for furniture category, we didn't make any profit for tables subcategory and as well as for bookcases. Under office supplies, paper subcategory made the highest amount of profit. Now let me go ahead and add a border to this. Fine. Moving ahead, now we will see the sales by each segment. For that, let's create a funnel. So from visualizations, I'll take the funnel and I'll drag segment onto group and the sales column onto values. So you can see here the sales that were made by each segment. This picture clearly depicts that consumer segment made the highest amount of sales. Next was corporate and then home office. Now let's do some color formatting. So the default color is this blue. I'll click on show all. Now we'll give individual colors to each of the segments. Using custom color, let's give a hexadecimal value. Similarly, we'll change the color for the corporate segment. And finally, for the home office segment. Now let me go ahead and give a border to it. So if you want to analyze the sales by segment and for a particular region or state or any particular year, you can do that. So let's select for East region and let's take New Jersey as the state for year 2014 suppose. So you can see here corporate segment made the highest amount of sales, followed by consumer and home office. Let me uncheck these filters. So our second report is ready, where we analyzed the sales, quantity, profit at region level, state level and by year. So I can rename this as region and state. Next, we will analyze the sales, quantity, profit in terms of categories and subcategory of products. So let me first copy this text box and create a new tab. I'll paste that text box here and change the title to say category and subcategory level analysis. First, we'll create a slicer where we'll take the category as filter. So if I want, I can directly copy it from my previous tab and change the fields. So let me copy this and paste it here. I'll sync it and let me remove the region field and add category onto the field. So you can see we have the three categories here. Let me copy paste this again and let me take the subcategory now. So I'll select this and I'll drag subcategory onto the field. So here you can see we have all the subcategories and above we have the categories. Let me resize this a bit. With that, now let's analyze the sales and profit by region and segment. To do this, we'll use a tree map. So let's see how you can build a tree map. Under visualizations, I have tree map. Let me select it. I'll move it to the top and expand it a bit. Now, under group, I'll select a region column. Under details, I'll take segment. I'll take the sales column under values and let's take profit onto tooltips. So if I expand this, you can see the sales and profit by each region and segment. For example, in the West region, you have consumer, corporate and home office as the segments, and you can see consumer segment made the highest amount of sales and profit, while home office made the lowest amount of sales and profit. Similarly, you can check for the other regions as well. Now let's give a border to this tree map, and under data colors, let me change the color of the regions. Scroll down, custom color. Let me choose my own color. Let's take this as a gray color. and finally for the West region. So now you can select individual categories and subcategories to check the sales and profit by region and segment. For example, if I select furniture as my category, you can see the changes that were made to the tree map. You can also select office supplies and see how the sales and profit changes. Similarly, you can also go ahead and select whatever subcategories you want and then check the sales and profit by region and segment. With that, let me now create a pie chart to see the quantity and the sales by each segment. So I'll go and select a pie chart. Let me resize this. If you want, you can increase the size of this tree map also. So let me go ahead and select segment onto the legend. Under values, I'll take quantity and sales under tooltips. So this pie chart depicts the quantity and the sales that were made by each segment. As you can see, consumer segment made the highest amount of sales and had the highest quantity sold, while home office had the least number of quantity sold and the least number of sales. Let's add a border and change the data colors. Similarly, I'll change the color for the corporate segment. Let's make this gray, and home office, I'll take the following color. Move this a little to the right. Now, let's build a scatter plot to analyze the sales, quantity and profit by each subcategory. So under visualizations, I'll select scatter plot. I'll resize this. So I'll add subcategory onto legend. Then I'll add sales onto the x-axis, quantity sold onto the y-axis, and under size, we'll take the profit column. If I expand this, you can see the sales, quantity and the profit that was made for each subcategory of products. You can see here, subcategory phone has given us a significant amount of sales with less number of quantities sold, and it has given us a good amount of profit also. Similarly, subcategory chairs has also given us good amount of sales with close to 2356 quantities sold and a good amount of profit. If you see this one, which is subcategory paper, it gave us less amount of sales with more quantities sold, while it gave us good amount of profit though. So you may promote phones or for example chairs to sell more, since it gives you more amount of profit with less quantity sold. Let's add a border to this. You can use the category filter. Suppose if I choose for furniture and expand this, you can see under furniture, subcategory furnishings gave us the lowest amount of sales with the highest number of quantities sold, but it gave us a decent amount of profit. Subcategory tables gave us a decent amount of sales with lesser number of quantities sold, but didn't give us any profit. Subcategory chairs gave us the highest amount of sales and also the profit. I'll uncheck this. Let's now create a line chart where we can see the profit by each year and quarter. So under visualizations, I'll select line chart. Let me resize this. So under axis, I'll take year. Under legend, I'll take the quarter column, and under values, I'll take the profit column. So now you can see the profit that was made each year and the lines depict each quarter. So if you check for 2014, quarter 4 made the highest amount of profit, while quarter 2 made the lowest amount of profit, while quarter 1 made the lowest amount of profit. Similarly, if you see for 2016, you can see quarter 4 made the highest amount of profit, while quarter 1 made the lowest. If you check for 2017, you see quarter 3 and quarter 4 almost made the same amount of profit, while quarter 2 made the lowest amount of profit. I go back. Now you can filter these by categories also. Suppose if I see for technology, you can check the amount of profit that was made in each year and in each quarter for technology category. Let's add a border to this. Likewise, we'll now create another line chart that will depict the sales by each year and quarter. So let me copy paste this. I'll drag this to the right. Now I'll remove profit from values and add sales. Let me uncheck this also. So here you can see we have the sales by each year and quarter. Now if you see for 2014, again quarter 4 made the highest amount of sales and quarter 1 in 2014 made the lowest. If you see for 2016, you can see 2016 also quarter 4 made the highest amount of sales and quarter 1 made the lowest. We'll go back. So our final report is ready, where we analyzed the sales, quantity sold, the profit at category and subcategory level. I can go ahead and rename this as category and subcategory. Let me save this. Now if you want, you can also filter it by subcategories. For example, if I select chairs as my subcategory, so for chairs you can see the sales that was made by each year and quarter. So in 2017, quarter 4 made the highest amount of sales, while quarter 1 made the lowest amount of sales for chairs. Similarly, you can select other subcategories also. For example, let me take some other category like machines. Let's see the profit now. So for machines subcategory, you can see in 2014, quarter 4 made the highest amount of profit, while quarter 3 made the lowest amount of profit. Now if you check for 2015, you can see quarter 3 made the highest amount of profit in chairs, while quarter 1 made the lowest amount of profit. Let's uncheck this. So now we are almost done building our report using the Superstore sample dataset. So we have our 3 reports ready. You can see the first one was overall sales. The second report we created by taking region, state and the year as filters. So we had a region and state level analysis. And finally, we analyzed the sales, quantity and the profit sold by category and subcategory. So I have arranged all these graphs and charts so that it looks little better. Now let me go to this publish option on the top so that we can publish this report onto the Power BI dashboard. So I'll click on publish. I'll save it. You can select the destination. Here I have only one destination, which is my workspace. So I'll choose it and select. So there you go. Publishing to Power BI, it was successful. I'll close it and let me move to my Power BI service. I'll refresh it for once. So under my workspace, you can see we have the dashboard report. So below you can see there are 3 tabs that we created. The first one is overall sales. The second one is sales by region. And the third one is by category and subcategory. Now, to put these reports onto the dashboard, I need to pin each one of these visualizations. So let me pin one by one. So it asks where would you want to pin it to. I'll select the existing dashboard. Or better, let's create a new dashboard. Let's say Power BI dashboard, spin it. I'll close this. Similarly, let's spin the remaining ones. I'll select Power BI dashboard again, pin it. Let's pin everything. So this slicer, you can't pin it. Let's do the remaining ones. Same will do for the donut chart as well as for the pie chart. Now if I go to my dashboards and select Power BI dashboard, you can see we have a one-page dashboard here. You can resize all the charts and graphs. Let me resize it and move it to the top. So we have our first canvas here, which tells you the overall sales, the profit, and the units that were sold over different states, different segments, and by categories. So one of the important features that Power BI service gives you is that you can ask questions about your data and it will tell you what the exact solution is. For example, you can see here you have a field where you can ask questions. So for example, if I type total sales and hit enter, so it tells you the total amount of sales that were made, which is $2.3 million. Similarly, if I want to find out the total profit, I can search for it here, hit enter. It will give you the exact amount of profit that was made. Let's do something else. For example, if you want total profit by, say, year, I'll hit enter. It gives you a nice line chart where you can see the total profit that was made over all the 4 years. Next, suppose I search for total quantity sold by segment. See, it gives me a bar chart where you can see the total quantity that was sold, and it gives you a list of options where you can find out the total quantity that was sold by city, state, order ID, first name, last name, and many others. So consumer segment had the highest quantity sold. Let's see for something else. For example, if you want the total sales by, say, subcategory, I'll choose the first one. See, you have all the subcategories and the total sales that they made. So it's a very interesting feature that Power BI gives you. Go back. Now, if you want, you can go to the report menu, and if you want, you can pin the other visualizations as well. So another important feature about Power BI dashboard is that you can derive insights from the visualization. For example, if I click on these dots, there's an option you find, View Insights. I'll select it. So on the right, you can see Power BI has itself given us some insights from the data and the visualizations we have made. You can see sales by year and quarter, the sales by day of week and quarter, sales by shipment mode, where you can see the standard class ship mode made the highest amount of sales. You can also see the sales and count of city by year, and many more.
Now that brings us to the end of this live session on Power BI full course. I hope you liked it. If you have any questions, then please feel free to put them in the comment section below. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Simplilearn channel. Stay tuned for more from Simplilearn.